I'm a
It wasn't so intimidating not having anybody
Don't
there.
go to mess of it.
Did all right.
Would you rather?
It's not that time.
I don't know how to read out loud.
I lean on you. quite
Yes,
a
sir.
bit.
I'll handle it. Yeah, I'd be
Roast
Can you find whatever you need?
Leave it.
No, we're all.
I'll have Wi-Fi here.
I can give him a hot spot.
I can do it on my phone.
Oh, I forgot to get this phone. Council member makes.
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, thank you.
Certainly violating our employee policy wearing shorts. What?
He's not an employee. He's an elected official.
That's true, that's a higher standard. I just got off the golf course. How'd you shoot it? Huh? How'd you shoot it?
I shot a 54. It was all right. One of my best.
I got my teeth. Yeah, exactly.
No, I can't drink nothing. Then we'll have to take recess so I can go to the bathroom.
Well, we're gonna take recess anyway, I'm old.
I played today.
Kobe, you thirsty?
I
Anybody thirsty? That's good.
don't know what happened.
That's a good round. That's a good round.
And the drains are still got bumps all over. Are we ready? No, it's not time. I guess it is, isn't it? All right.
Where's my gavel?
Got that for somebody. Welcome, everyone. I want to call to order regular city council meeting for Tuesday, August 12th of the Glen Rose City Council for 2025 at 5:30 p.m. We will first start with an invocation. If you would like to, you can stand and join us.
Please join us in prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for the rain you provide just at the right time and the right moment. In all of your ways, you are perfect. We ask that you give us guidance, Lord. You give us a wisdom that just as you direct the leader's heart like a water stream, Lord, please direct ours as well. We ask that you continue to bless the city of Glen Rose, Lord, and we thank you for all who have offered their service and volunteer, and the crowd in attendance this evening who care so much about the operations of the city of Glen Rose. We ask all these things in Jesus' name and for his glory. Amen.
Amen. To the pledge of allegiance to the United States of America. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America,
States of America, to the republic for which it stands,
Under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to first say the Texas.
pledge to the Texas flag.
honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. Roll call of council members. Council member Bates.
Here.
Council member or Mayor Pro Tem Mann.
Present.
Council member Freeze.
Present.
Council member Brennan.
Present.
Council member Schultz.
present.
Okay, we have a quorum. We can begin our meeting. We don't have any citizen or visitor comments, so I'll refrain from giving instructions on that. But any future visits to the podium can only last 3 minutes unless allowed for more. And we ask for your consideration of the council members, as we'll do the same for you. Presentations, announcements. Do we have anything? Look at this.
Whoa. Somebody's scrolling you.
Yeah. All right.
You didn't click that link, did you?
All right, we're going to go straight into individual items for consideration. Discussion, consideration, of possible action regarding the City of Glen Rose benefits package for plan year 2025 through 26.
We have somebody here from Clark Adamson. They're gonna go over the, our plan for the proposed plan for the year.
The one-page summary?
Yes. Mitchell. This is Mitchell.
You mean you don't want to talk about insurance on that?
Since I don't get covered, no today.
It's a grip and
It's the
choke.
greatest conversation stopper is talking about do
No,
insurance.
I'm sorry, I just.
No, you're fine. It is pretty high level. My name is Mitchell, Clark Adamson Insurance. We are the benefits broker. High level view of where we are and why we are in this position we are. This page here, we are tracking historical claims of the past 3 years, 3 plan years. And essentially what we're looking for is the amount of premium, how much we pay Blue Cross Blue Shield on a monthly/yearly basis, and how much claims are paid out. That shows us how healthy of a risk we are to the insurance carriers. We are in a good spot this year as far as claims go. However, in the Blue Cross Blue Shield, the way the rates are actually underwritten are demographic, not medical. And so what that means is they look at your name, date of birth, gender, zip code of each employee, and they are rating us that way. Now, that's the fully insured space. The other option is you can look at medically underwritten rates. And this is where if you have high claimants, large claimants, then that can impact the rate as well. Every year when we do this, we go to what we call market, do a full market review on everything. And we haven't had a whole lot of luck. We went to every carrier in the market. We got some decline to quotes. We were really pushing hard to try to get into the Texas Health Benefits pool, which is specific to municipalities around the state, and they declined to quote us. Veronica, could you go to the next page?
Just a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Texas Health Benefit Pool administered by TMRS,
So it's
ERS, separate?
So Texas Health Benefits used to be, they rebranded, it used to be TML.
Okay.
The TML risk pool, and they rebranded to Texas Health Benefits. That was, I'm not a TML employee, but the response we got for why the rebranding was so they could incorporate more than just municipalities like water, suds, and buds and stuff like that. These are our current plans. A lot of information here. Want to keep it a little bit where we understand. These two right here are our current plans that we offer. They're both HMOs, $7,500 deductible and a $3,850 deductible. This is the plan summary here, and down here is probably the bigger part of the conversation of our current rates versus renewal. So as is, if we were to renew with Blue Cross as is, we're looking at 16.92% increase from the current plan year to the new plan year, which would result in a $23,457.24 total premium increase. Now, one of the things that Veronica and I worked with, talking with employees, is we're looking for PPO options, a better network to the employees. And what I did is I pulled the Blue Cross PPO equivalent of the HMO plans. And you can see it is a drastic difference on the benefits. And so, as I can assume budgets are tight with everybody in the state and country right now, what we did is we found a pretty competitive bid from Aetna. There we go. And so what I did initially is I took the same HMO plans that we have current and try to match apples to apples as much as possible with Aetna. Now, so we're trying to match apples to apples with different carriers. It doesn't always go exactly as you want because these are canned products from each carrier. And so this is actually an EPO. An EPO is going to operate just like a PPO. You do not have to have a primary care. You do not have to have a referral to go see a specialist. However, the only difference is there is no out-of-network benefit, which will look a lot kind of like the HMO. Now, we always urge all employees to not go out-of-network, no matter what kind of plan they're on. That's just a cost savings approach. So with this EPO through Aetna, we are seeing still an increase, but it is lower than what we would currently have with Blue Cross Blue Shield HMO plans, 9.88%. Now, what this does, it is actually a better network, and it is going to allow employees a little bit more freedom of choice, because if you go to the next page, Veronica had the great idea to add in a buy-up option. So this is what the proposed benefit for the 25-26 plan year is: the HSA plan that matches pretty closely to what is in place, the $3,500 plan, which matches what's in place, and a buy-up option, which is going to be a very lower $1,500 deductible, which is much lower than what's been in place. And this is going to be a full PPO national network through Aetna. So we're actually going for a 3-plan approach where we have base, buy down, buy up option to try to help all employees with the different, everybody's got a different home life, but single, married, kids. So we're trying to match each one of those. And you can see the proposed rates here. And the big thing is, thank you. Part of Aetna is they do a one-time, it's called admin credit / transition credit. It is a one-time credit on the second month's bill. So on the December bill, there would be a one-time credit. It's $400 per enrolled employee. Currently at 20 enrolled. So 20 times 400 is $8,000 credit on the December bill.
And that's paid to whom?
It is on the credit. So like on the monthly invoice that comes from Aetna to the city of Glen Rose, just a one-time credit. It used to be a check cut to the employer, and they, for obvious reasons, they made that an actual credit.
The one that was emailed to us basically looks like it has 5 different Aetna plans
Yeah.
versus the 3. Is there a,
Did you take that
I
out?
filtered it down to
Yes.
just show what was being proposed, so for clarity's sake.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I've got that today.
There's an insane amount of plans to sift through and filter through to. United Healthcare was also one that we went to, and it is astronomical in price.
And then our vision and dental would stay the same with
Mutual both.
very slight increases.
So the dental went up 3%. All other ancillary lines were under a rate guarantee, and there is no increase there.
Have we reviewed this with the employees?
I'm going to, yes, but I think in talking with everybody, this will hopefully hit all the employees. The majority of our employees are on the HSA plan. And this will help keep that cost in the same range that it is currently. And then we only have 2 employees who have either a family or a child on their plan. So I'm hoping that the choice between either
Buy up, buy down?
right will help them, so, and still save money from Blue Cross Blue Shield. And I know there's been Aetna in the past, is that correct? Yeah.
What happens in 26 if we drop off one of those year benefits that, one of those year averages that we had high claims and we come back with 2 good years of claims and 1 high year claim? Are we eligible? Can we go back to Blue Cross Blue
Yes,
Shield
sir.
and see what they do again?
Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
Will they look at that? Well, is that what they'll look at? They'll look at the 3 prior years?
Correct.
Again?
So what underwriting looks at when you're looking for medically underwritten. So the good news of Blue Cross Blue Shield, it's always our backstop, because they don't, for all intents and purposes, they're not looking at any medical history. They're only looking at that demographic data. So it's always our backstop. So if we have a very bad plan year or claims year in, like with Aetna, we can always go back, and they're only going to rate us based on that demographic data. What we like is, the reason why we market this every year is because if we have good claims year, we can go to the medically underwritten programs where we can get better competitive rates. So over the course of the year, say there's just some bad claims that pop up, that will cause a renewal to increase. We go right back to Blue Cross Blue Shield. it's not ideal to cause disruption to employees, but at the same time, we're trying to mitigate costs for the city and for the employees.
And is there a reason why we were not eligible for the Texas Health Benefit Pool? And
The
what
only
would it take to
answer-
get onto it?
Correct. So I pushed really hard on the sales rep, and he just said that there is, because I told him, looking at claims, I only get so much information. What you're seeing is what I get access to. So there's nothing hidden or anything like that. And our loss ratio is very low. There's no large claims on our plan. So I don't understand how we're not an ideal candidate for this. The only answer that he got is there's something in the prescription that is triggering, because what they're looking at is the past 12 to 24 months of claims history to project the next 12 months of risk. And there's something in the pharmacy, I don't know what it is.
What a racket.
And I stress to people, everybody I talk to, is I don't work for them, I work for you. So whatever frustrations you have, I share them. But
It was going to now, we know what we need to be
Asking about, right?
confirmed.
But I pushed back pretty hard on Texas Health Benefits for a clear answer.
No, it doesn't cover me. As long as the employees are happy.
Do we need to make a motion to go with that?
We do.
I'll make a motion to go with that and as presented.
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor?
Aye. Candace?
Aye.
5-0 passes. Thank you, Clark. Appreciate it. It's a lot of work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're good. Yeah.
Oh, no.
We're talking insurance more? Thank you.
Thank you. Item 2, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the budget and items requested to fulfill fire marshal duties with the Somerville County Fire Department.
Yeah, so this is something I brought forward because I was integral in creating the interlocal agreement with the county fire department for our fire marshal services for our city. Currently, we have 2 to 3 fire marshals that do inspections on a lot of our businesses. And I would probably say, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, probably 80-90% of their job responsibilities is within the city. They don't really have a responsibility in the county. And they've come to us asking for a few items. In the past years, we've budgeted $30,000 a year for their utilage and expertise. And they've generally been under 15,000 every year, roughly. I think this year you might be hitting 16 or 17, maybe.
Yeah.
But still, they've been way under. So they've had a little bit of a wish list of items that they would like us to consider assisting them with. Some of them are materialistic items like cameras and stuff. I'll let them talk about that. But they're just looking for us for any assistance we can be, since they do so much responsibilities within the city.
Is it possible to get this?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll start out by, my name is Steve Willis. I'm with interim chief of the fire department, county fire department. And we're looking at how we can really manage our resources and team. And so I gave you, the first time I gave you is do I need to plug it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is for a lease truck. The lease truck is the more economical way to go, just looking at an annual budget. And so that's why we were looking at that. We're actually looking, we're actually looking at, and then it went away. Well, nobody look at my password. Oh, shoot. I love when the plan comes together.
Hey, Chief, before you get started, since you're going in there, let me add one other thing here. I talked to some of y'all about an ISO study that the fire department is interested in doing, and at a cost that it would be. And I think as we stand right now, We're holding back on that cost and thought, and they think they can just do it in-house without having any expenditure at all. So I did want to throw that out there, so maybe when it looks at this, we're not looking at as much dollars and cents.
Yeah, that was gonna be like a $30,000+ consulting fee. We've reactivated some of our previous members and volunteers that we believe have the expertise to take care of that in-house. We'll address that later if that doesn't work out. Is there a way to get rid of that? Mark?
Brian, can you get that off? There it is.
There it is. So you see the first item, and if you just look down to 570, because that's really the items to purchase. And so down at the bottom, the first item is a truck, and that's a truck that would have a slide out tray and a camper shell on it with toolboxes on the outside. And the reason the fire marshal needs that is it's not just for the inspections, but it's for fire investigation. If we could put everything in his vehicle and him have it with him when we go on a respond to a call, and the intent is also, by the way, for me to have one of the marshals in that truck on call 24/7. And a prime example of that was yesterday. We had this was actually in the county, but we had a structure fire that the marshal was out doing inspections in town in what we call our squad vehicle, which is the universal utility vehicle. And we got that call. He was actually able to get out there in front of the crews, give them directions on how to get there, get his gear on and help with that effort. And that would be, regardless of whether it's in the city or the county, that would be a phenomenal enhancement to the way we operate. And then we have someone with extensive incident management procedure processes, and I've even tried to drag this guy right here into that mix, because I'm going to use every tool I have in my pouch as much as I can. But that gives us the ability, gives us that extra effort. Because we have six firefighter medics on shift at a time, and 6 people cannot handle a structure fire. They might can get it started, but they can't do it. So they depend heavily on those of us that respond from home to do that. And so rather than going to the station and getting the vehicle and then going, they go straight there. They establish command. They take care of utilities. They do a lot of stuff that's life safety, that if we don't do it, somebody could get seriously injured, killed. And so that's the importance of having that. And if you see the quote I give you, it's actually looking for 3 vehicles. We're just asking y'all to pay the annual lease on 1 vehicle, and then the county would cover the other 2 for other fire department use. And so we're kind of behind the curve on these kind of vehicles, and it's something that we really need to get caught up on. And then the other things would be the mobile radio that goes in the truck, the bed deck. I'll have to ask the marshal to explain more about that. A camera, when we were after we finished the fire, the marshal and I spent another hour,
Yes, sir,
or more in the heat, and he had a camera, and he probably took 100 and something, 200 pictures of different things that we believe is the cause. So that's part of the investigation, is having that camera, having it available, and ready to do that. And that would be kept in the truck. Law enforcement officer equipment, that's they're all TCLO certified individuals, so they have the ability to complement the city police, county sheriff, whoever that may need it. And a couple portable radios. I believe that's for 2, right?
yes, sir,
16,000.
yes, sir.
And then some other stuff that's going on. I think we kind of resolved the iPad thing, right?
Yes, we have.
So that's really. It'd be nice to have another one, don't get me wrong, but right now we're much more operational, more versatile into that. So what I'm coming to you and just asking you to consider any of these items, but the truck is the one that's really going to help us get to the next level of investigation and response. Questions? Yes, sir.
Could you send us that Excel spreadsheet, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And I apologize. We had a miscommunication about what I was talking about tonight, so I didn't print it. It's printed good. So yeah, like I said, now you see that truck is $84,000, that's if we bought it outright. This other way, as you can see, if we do it a lease payment, which in the end, we still own the truck, the lease purchase, then we can do it more economically by doing a year. Obviously, you pay interest on that, so that's the trade-off.
Steve, in a situation like this, how's the truck, who covers the insurance on the truck?
Well, it would depend on how we go about that. If y'all are paying for it and we're considering it a city truck, then it would be, I would assume the city would own it. If it was a county truck, the county would pay for it. So that would obviously be another expense that goes with that. And, and if the city furnished it, then we would obviously put city stuff on it as well. So it's not, so that we recognize that whenever he does something really bad, it'll be against the city, not the county. Oh, no,
There you go. We'll put that old dinosaur logo on it. We'll say, that ain't our truck.
So, there's a lot of different ways that we could work this, but I know y'all are working on budget right now, so I wanted to try to get it in front of you and get you to consider helping us with that effort. That everything we ask for, with the county, they're having to dice and slice and eliminate stuff as well. So we're just trying to get as far along as we can with the way we need to operate.
And just confirming, we currently do have a fire marshal vehicle, the Expedition, but it's, what year is that? And it's, is it correct on saying it's
a 90 and you have to pour oil in it going down the road. No, I mean, you stop and it leaves a big puddle and then, people get upset about their driveways and what have you. So we stopped driving it because of that.
So what is kind of the general life expectancy of a vehicle like this?
We get 10 years out of them easy because we don't put the miles on it. That, like the county sheriff's office, they lease their vehicles and they go, I think they only go 3 years because they're driving them all the time. For us, we're driving them to wherever we're going to be for the day or whatever. And then if he's going around doing inspections, and just the amount of miles we put on is just nowhere near what the sheriff's office used. So honestly, I believe, if we did the 5-year lease, then it's only under $20,000 a year, and it'll go on past that because once we pay for it, like I said, it's ours. And unless we wanted to trade it in, and then they would sell it and then give us money towards another one. But honestly, if y'all look at that front window right there, you see that little 2005 Cobalt, that little sweet thing out there. That's how I treat my money. I just don't. I like to use something until it won't go no more.
You might not have the answer, but is this the same lease company that the sheriff's office
Yes, sir.
uses?
Yeah.
It is.
And we actually asked the sheriff to set up a meeting with us. The marshal and I both met with them, and
Because we had a meeting with them a while back and they were talking about some good lease company that they had found or.
as you see, you got to do the math to see what you're actually paying extra. But even if you went to 3 years, it's 92, and you saw that it's 80. It was 84 if we bought it outright. So that's the money you're paying. Essentially, they make money on the interest.
and just to maybe update everybody, the county has recently purchased a new ambulance, a new brush patrol, two brush engines.
We have 2 in-house now, and I think one more coming.
So they've invested a lot of money on apparatus. It's my understanding that they're being reluctant to utilities, pickup trucks type of things. So,
But again, I'm still holding fast to try to get 2 because we have we're out interviewing for a new fire chief now, and the one vehicle we have right now, the fuel pump's out. So, but a vehicle for him, and then a vehicle to replace that squad I talked about earlier that you're using the metal part of the steering wheel to drive. It's not pretty. It's just not pretty. But that's at least 10 years old. Yeah.
Steve, are you aware, or do we need to do our own legwork? Is this something we could get a grant from NECCOG for, or no?
I don't know that for sure, George, but I would say that we're always looking for opportunities to find grant money. That's obviously the best option for for taxpayers in this community, yeah. I don't know of anything out there right now, but, we'll keep looking for that for sure. I mean, we've gotten, brush trucks, the forestry service, we've got lots of opportunities where we got some good money out of the grants, but right now there's nothing really floating around out there that I'm worried about. I'd say there isn't. I'm just still trying to figure out what I'm doing today.
It's just like falling off a bike.
It is.
You can do it.
Yeah, but I got all these bumps and bruises from it. It's making me nervous.
Any other questions, council?
Our Marshal, anything to add?
No, I thank you for at least considering it. And it's definitely a piece of equipment that is needed to serve the citizens of Glen Rose and Somerville County. It would be well utilized for the citizens.
I know at our last workshop, we talked about maybe utilizing a pool vehicle, and I did float that around to the chief, but the reluctance part of it was the checking in, checking out, and more importantly, wanted to have the vehicle available at the fire marshal or the chief officer's utilization on the 24/7 to where they can immediately respond to the call versus have to come to City Hall and check it out.
So I really wish I had a video of what went down yesterday, because it was like my dream come true. I had water trucks coming, I had to, and Marshall was in front of me, and I was in that little sweet cobalt out there, and my truck's broke, and so.
I was actually at La Quinta doing their annual inspection with the owner, and as soon as I got the page, I was out the door, responding.
Richard, closer to this than any of us, utilization, you said 80% of the city?
For the fire marshal services, I think I'm being conservative when I use that number.
Yeah, we have
Brad probably has a better idea of
We
what.
have a few daycares in the county, but outside of that, inspection wise, the only thing the fire marshal really does is investigations in the county.
So the ordinances that he investigates in all the businesses and daycares and schools and all that stuff and all the schools, that's because of the city ordinances and the city codes, where there's no such thing out in the county lands, or basically they have to fall under state law and out in the county side of it. So that's why most of the work that Brad and the other fire marshals, Wilcox, and then
Wakeman.
Chief Crawford,
Yeah.
Crawford and Wakeman do is pretty 80-90% in the city.
And at some point, y'all want him to come and present the inspections he did for the year. It's pretty astronomical. I'm just amazed at the kind of energy this guy has, because he wears me out.
We get a report every month on it, and it's
great service.
Well, I think it's probably something that we should, look at and consider and do. I just have to say, I'm not in favor of leasing something. I'd rather have an outright purchase.
So that would be 84. I think it would
Versus-
come out a little bit less than that even, but 84,000 would be, that's for like 59, pretty much the same price for the truck, and then the camper shell and everything that goes in and on it, the lights and all that comes up to the 84,000.
so 84,000.
Well, actually, for this company, it's right there, 82. They told me they would sell us. They would just sell it outright to us for that same money. So we can certainly do that.
Can we go through our buy board and then retrofit it with the equipment you need?
We can, or we can go even with this. Because to be honest, this truck is, the lease company's getting us the truck, and there's somebody local outfitting it. So yeah, we could go after the truck, put some nice pretty City of Glen Rose logos on it.
Friends and neighbors, Steve, friends and neighbors.
Okay. And then, yeah, work towards the outfitting. At least that will get them around. I mean, ideally, you got some kind of lights on it so you can get people out of your way if they're responding to emergency. But yeah, we can certainly go a less intrusive route and just get the truck for the next budget year, and then outright and then start working towards the rest of it. That's an option. And like I said, he told us that we could buy this truck outright like that.
Buying it like that outfitted, comes completely outfitted with the show.
82,374.
The slide outs and everything else.
Yeah, that 82,374 is the whole, as you see down there. He didn't have the upfit listed whenever he first sent it to me, and I called him back and asked him, hey, they need to see why it went from 49,300 to 82. So,
So it's 82,000 to outright buy, but it'd be 30,700
for three
and change to
year
lease it for the 3-year plan.
Yeah, and then all the way down to 20,000.
82 versus 90.
And I'm like you, George, I pay cash when I buy stuff. I had to break my penny banks open and a whole bunch of stuff to do it, but I dig up a couple cans in the backyard.
It's something we ought to include in the budget, some amount, and then try to figure out how to
Make it work.
How about grants? Are there any grants from the government?
We've been
already asked
looking
that
for-
question.
Yeah, we've been looking for grants. We just haven't found anything. Yeah. And when we do find grants, it's the county government pays a percentage or a certain amount. So if it comes down somewhere down the road, we do that, and we'll find something that we could really utilize it, bring it back. But
one other quick question, does it need to be a 3/4 ton truck?
this is a half-ton, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a half ton.
We gotta have to.
Half ton 4-wheel drive.
F-150, yeah.
4-door.
One more question. Does it have to be a Ford?
Don't be a hater. Don't be a hater. No, this is what they had available right now.
I'm just kidding.
And I've been a Chevron guy all my life, but I've been looking at Fords for myself.
Most of the time, a lot of times when it works on these contracts with any municipalities, they utilize one manufacturer 1 year, the next manufacturer the next year, and the next manufacturer the next year. 1 year Dodge, 1 year Ford, 1 year Chevy GM.
Yeah, right.
Just
Right now, the Chevys are really hard to come by. They said that Ford is the most prevalent that they can get a hold of.
Because you're in Texas.
Well, I'd be interested in getting that spreadsheet and going over it, maybe here in a couple
Send it
weeks.
to Rich or who does it send to?
Whoever you want, Veronica, Rich, all of us,
whatever, if you send it to me, I'll pass it to her, and she'll send it to
bring it
council.
to church, whichever.
I mean,
It
I'll
all
do
works.
whatever you tell me to, bro. I'm all about that.
Will you take any action tonight, or is this something that we would want to just consider for the budget?
I think we consider it in the budget, and I don't see any reason not to do it myself, but
Has the city purchased any vehicles in the past?
we purchased 2 trucks recently. Were they half-ton, Troy?
Not for the county, no.
Not for the fire department, but for the who they just
For the
purchased
city,
for the city.
us. We bought 2 trucks and SUV.
Yeah,
Then we may have a truck available.
and this truck is actually it's what do they call it? Marshal, uplift. It's something for emergency responder.
Yeah.
It's
Has
got,
heavy duty suspension?
yeah, it's got stuff in it that normal trucks can't. And 49,000 is for a half-ton truck in generals.
It's gonna come with where the wiring
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
for the upfit, it's going to be so an outfitter can, it'll lessen the charge with basically a law enforcement package. It's gonna have the wiring harness ready to be upfitted with lighting.
When they build it, it's cheaper to put it in while they're building it than it is to go back and start drilling holes and cutting them.
Well, I'm certain you've done your due diligence. I think we should consider this as a budget item, and everyone, when we approve the budget, final number, if we add this in and get support from the council that way.
Thank y'all very much for your consideration, and I still owe a CPR demonstration sometime.
Yes.
You want to get down there right now? and do it?
No, not right now. It's embarrassing. Let's have a special session for that.
Okay. Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
We got to get to another meeting, so thank y'all for your.
Thank you, Steve.
They may need it for the budget presentation.
AEDs.
Okay, item number 3, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the Wildan presentation. He thought he wasn't gonna make it, but he did.
Veronica. We have interlocal on today's agenda.
Grump's having a hamburger. It took a little longer than I was expecting. Well, Mayor and Council, my name is Jason Gray, Vice President with Wildan Financial Services. This is, I think, the third presentation we've made to you. So I'm going to go through the background information relatively quickly. And Troy, do you have that so we can put it up here? Or do you have it on your lap? I know it's included in the packet, but I can refer to the slide numbers if you like.
Let's see what
So again, I'll go through fairly quickly on some of the background information and leave room for questions in the end. One of the significant changes since I was here a couple of months ago is that initially we ran this with the expectation that perhaps we'd have a new rate in place for this summer. That didn't take place, obviously, and so now we're looking at starting October 25 for fiscal 26, and then October of each year after that. So the first year increases that you'll see in this are a little bit higher, but cumulatively they're essentially the same. The other major difference is we have broken out a new first tier of 0 to 3,000 gallons based on the response that we got. Actually, my colleague Dan Lanning was here last time that he got in regards to trying to make sure that for low users, which typically are senior citizens, fixed income type folks, that are really watching every penny of their bills to try to make sure that you give as much relief as you can to those types of users. So again, let me just kind of go through here. We'll start with background on rates. If you go to the next slide. Oh,
Sorry.
next. Here you go. So right now you've got what I would consider to be a fairly typical rate structure. You've got minimum charges and you've got volume charges. The minimum charges are essentially just per account, regardless of how much water is used on both the water and the wastewater side. And then you've got volume charges for differential volume charges for residential versus commercial, which again is fairly typical. And you've got a bulk rate volume that's for fire hydrant meters, those kinds of things as well. You've got 4 tiers right now, 1 to 10,000 gallons. Today they're charged at $5.40 1,000 gallons. Second tier is 10,000 to 50,000. Third tier 50,000 to 100,000, and the fourth tier is 100,000 and above. Now most residential is going to be 10,000 and less, generally speaking. Hot, dry summer months where people are watering a lot, it might go up to 15, 20,000 roughly. So occasionally you'll get residential users that are using up 50, 75, 100,000 gallons, which is fairly rare. You've only got a very small handful of your bills that are using that much water. Commercial varies much more widely. Commercial handles everything from a coffee shop on the corner up to the largest commercial customer you've got. And so it just varies a ton more. But again, residential, generally speaking, is going to be 20,000 gallons or less. Most bills, particularly in the winter time, are going to be 10,000 gallons or less for residential. On the wastewater side, again, you got a base charge of $21.20 and a $3.49 usage charge per 1,000 gallons, which is based on your water meter. Next slide. When you look at a bill comparison for 10,000 gallons of water and 5,000 gallons of wastewater, because you're winter averaging right now, your customers pay $105.16 for that service. And you can see how that compares with those that are in this sample. Sample average is $129.08. So today you're about 20, 30, almost 30% lower than the sample average that we've got. Now, there are utilities that charge less, $74.50 in Walnut Springs, and certainly those that charge more, Mineral Wells. I don't have the dollar amount on there, but it's almost $200 for the same type of service in Mineral Wells right now. They have just started putting in a new reservoir, and they're beginning to pay for it. And so their rates have gone up considerably in the last couple of years. Next slide. And next. We take a snapshot in time for our modeling, and then we forecast that out over the next 10 years. We're showing you 5 years tonight. Because after 5 years, it just becomes a lot less predictable, quite frankly. As of the time when we did this study, our test year, as we call it, just under 1,400 total water accounts, 1,248 wastewater accounts. That's absolutely typical to see fewer wastewater accounts than water. And there's a variety of reasons for that. On the residential, you've likely got a couple of folks that are on septic systems. On commercial, they'll often have multiple water meters for a strip mall type situation, but just a single sewer connection there. Next slide. Total water accounts forecast, we've got 2.4% annual increase, which is tracking along fairly well with the last couple of years. Obviously, that's growth, but it's not astronomical growth. And so while those projections do build into your revenues that we've got forecast, it's, if you're off by 1% on either side of this, it's not going to make a material difference. You'll have more of a difference as to whether it's a hot and dry summer than you will on the account growth. So we put something in there because it's important, but when you've got moderate level of growth, it's just not that impactful one way or the other. Next slide. Same idea on billed water consumption. Today you're at about 118, almost 119 million gallons. 5 years, we'd expect that to go up to about 133, and that's because of growth. And then by the end of 10 years, we see it at just under 150 million gallons. Next slide. All right, so your total cost of service, both your water and your wastewater right now costs about $1 million a year to operate. You can see here how it breaks down amongst the different cost categories. Personnel services, 23% of your water cost of service, about 38% of your wastewater cost of service. The contractual is your purchased water. Operations is for everything else that's non-personnel, essentially. Utilities and capital outlays, and you can see how those break out on the wastewater side as well. Note that you don't have any current debt service on your water side, but we do have 22%, about $220,000 worth of debt service on your wastewater side. You budget it as a single utility fund, essentially, but we break it out this way so that we can track the rates to make sure that water rates are paying for water services and wastewater rates are paying for wastewater services. As we look at our 10-year cost of service forecast, most of your expenses we would expect to increase at a rate of about 3%. There are a few that, historically speaking, outpace inflation. Largest single expense on the water side is purchased water, and you got a 15% increase in that water rate for this coming year. Largest single expense for wastewater is your debt service on the Series 2023 bonds, and the CIP that we've got was provided by the city staff and funded using long-term debt financing is the assumption in this. Next slide. The water and wastewater projects, $1.927 million on water side for the CIP and $500,000 for the wastewater side. And we would expect those issuances to come this year, perhaps next year, but the debt service will be coming on board relatively quick in this rate plan. We've assumed 25-year term on those debt or on that debt issuance at 4% interest and a 2% issuance cost. Those are all fairly standard right now. What we're seeing in the marketplace. You can use different terms of interest, obviously. If a 20-year term is kind of on the lower side, that's going to cost a little. It's going to cost a little bit more on a debt service, an annual debt service standpoint. These are long-term assets, and so sometimes utilities use a 30-year debt issuance that would lower the cost on an annual basis, but have a higher total cost at the end of the day, just like your leasing conversation earlier, obviously. Next slide. All that being said, current and forecast debt service schedule. Again, you don't have anything on the water side right now that would go up to $125,000 starting next year for this plan, and your wastewater would go from $238,000. In addition, you add to about $32,000, so it would go up to about $393 is the total between the water and the wastewater combined. So the cost of service forecast here, you see the purchased water is the dark blue on the bottom. Operating expenses, that includes both your personnel and supplies and equipment, all those sorts of things. Capital outlays are your short-term, not the big capital projects, but rather your trucks, tools, those kinds of things that are capitalized. I don't think you've got really any transfers to speak of right now. And then debt service is the blue on the top. Overall, we would expect the cost of service to increase at a pace of about 4.7%. That includes that new debt issuance and the debt service that goes along with it on the whole. This is the same information, just in a tabular form as opposed to graphics for those that like to see the detail. Forecast revenue requirement, you'll notice total cost of service there, the third column from the left, about $2 million a year today for both water and wastewater combined. By 2030, we'd expect that to go up to about $2.7 million. We do take non-rate revenues, fees, penalties, those kinds of things, tap fees into account. We hold that constant just to be conservative. Generally speaking, those will increase a little bit each year, but we don't want to count on that revenue necessarily. And that's what ends up with your net revenue requirement. That's how much needs to be raised from your rates in order to keep the utility solvent. All right, so the rate plan, the key assumptions here is the future CIP is comprised of those 6 projects at $2.4 million. Growth continues. Actually, it's a 2.4% year over year. I apologize, it's an error in that slide. But 2.4% is what we've got built into the model. The beginning utility fund balance of $3.9 million is unallocated. The $2.4 million capital improvement plan will be funded with bond financing, again, generally speaking, according to those terms. Water purchase cost increases are generally about 5% each year, the rate that you pay the district for your water. And then the continued practice of no significant transfers from the utility fund to the general fund. If you wanted to start doing that, it would just have an impact on your overall utility fund costs. It would enable a transfer to the general fund. And that certainly is allowable and something that you can look at doing in the future. But this plan doesn't have that at the moment. We're recommending a 3-year rate plan. The idea behind a multi-year rate plan is particularly when you're looking at the possibility of issuing debt, you look at that and say, okay, you're making a commitment that you recognize how much that new debt is going to cost, and you're willing to put in place the rates that support those new debt service payments. And so, again, we're recommending 3-year. If you adopt it as a 3-year, 3 years of rates would go into effect. You, as the city council, always have the ability, come next year, rate plan's not working the way you expected it to, it's delivering too much revenue or not enough revenue, you can come back and readdress it at that time if you'd like. However, if the revenues are coming in and the expenses are coming in, generally speaking, on track, that allows those rate increases to go into effect, paying for the future cost increases as well without having to go through the whole process again. On the water side summary, we are recommending a change to include that new first tier of the first gallon to 3,000 gallons. You'll see that cost was a little bit lower than the current 0 to 10,000 gallon cost, again, with an idea of trying to keep those costs as low as we reasonably can for the low users. Water revenue provides positive net revenues. What that means is it's generating more net revenue than is required for it, but that goes to offset some losses that you have on the wastewater side. On the wastewater summary, we're not making any recommended changes to the rate structure, and then we'll phase into where wastewater is paying for itself over about 5 to 6 years. The water rate structure that we're proposing here, again, just the first 3 years of this plan, your monthly base charge would go from $16 up to $18.24. The new first tiers, 1 to 3,000 gallons, would go down from $5.40 to $5.18 for those first 3,000 gallons. And then the 3,000 to 10,000 gallon tier would go from $5.40 to $6.16. And then the other tiers, we keep the same amount of volume, 10 to 50 goes from $6.14 to $7. 50 to 100 goes from $7 to $7.98. And 100 and above goes from $8.05 to $9.18. Similar increases on the commercial side and on the wastewater side. Base charge goes from $21.20 up to $24.17, and the volume rate goes from $3.49 to $3.98. Similar increases the next year, and then it starts to back off a little bit. So we've got relatively high increases for the first 2 years, and then it backs down after you've gotten to the point of where you're fully paying for that new debt service coming online. Next slide. So what does that mean for bills? People can look at rate schedules all day long, but what they really care about is how much of a check do I need to write? A 3,000 gallon user you see here would go from $63.87 today up to $69.87. So that's a $6 increase, 9.4%. On a monthly basis for a 3,000 gallon user. A 5,000 gallon user would go up a little bit more, a little bit higher percentage than that. And again, that's because of the way that we've structured that first tier of 3,000 gallons. They'd be 10.4% higher in this first year of the plan, 12% higher in the second year of the plan, 9, and then 6.4, 6.5. That's just kind of outlook those last couple of years on the plan. A 10,000 gallon user, again, a little bit higher increase, goes from 108.65 today up to 120.92, $12.27 increase, 11.3%. On a commercial, we've just picked one 40,000 gallon user, goes from, with a 2-inch meter, would go from 440.77 today up to 514.73 in the first year. It's a 19.2% increase, but then starts backing off to 11.3% increase in year 2 and an 8% increase in year 3. So as you can see here, the chart on the upper left is your net revenues. The blue is your water side. The green is your wastewater side. Again, your wastewater is operating essentially in the red today of about $400,000. Your water side is operating positively at about $100,000. We keep that positive all 5 years on the water side. And you can see the trend for the wastewater is that it will get to the point of where it's fully recovering its costs as well, really in the 6th year of the plan by 2030. Let me go back one slide just quick. The one thing I just did want to mention there is on the debt service coverage ratio, that bottom right. If you're selling combination tax and revenue bonds, that doesn't really matter. But if you want them to be utility rate only bonds, that's something that you got to pay attention to. And we do want to make sure that we're accounting for that as we put together the plan to give you the option to sell combination tax and revenue or straight utility revenue bonds. That red line is, generally speaking, sort of the gold standard of 1.25 debt service coverage ratio. And that just means how much of a portion of your revenues is there in order to cover the existing debt service on any given annual basis. You're just under 1 right now. Again, the standard is 1.25, and you'd be in excess of that by 2027. Next slide. All right. So last kind of piece here is we're expecting some operating deficits. You do have a good fund balance in place today. But if you adopt this plan, just recognize that the idea is to spend some of that fund balance to offset the rate increases that would otherwise need to be in place. If you want to maintain your whole fund balance, totally fine to do that, but it's going to take higher rates in order to make that happen, and higher rates faster. Only currently known CIP is provided. And so 3 years out, if there's another large capital expense that's not included in here, you've got the list of those 6 projects that are included as part of this plan at the total of $2.4 million. And then, of course, if there's any other significant changes, if the water rates for your purchased water go up faster, then we've built in 15% for next year, but then we're assuming 5% each year thereafter. They go up 20%. That's going to be another issue. There's been years that they haven't gone up. And so, again, we're pegging it at 5% just based on the history that we've got. We think that this 15% is a bit of an anomaly. But if they continue to go up at 15, 20%, then that's, again, that's not what this rate plan is built on. So just have to watch those things, generally speaking, as we move along. And assuming these assumptions are, hold, this rate plan should take you through the next 3 years at least. Happy to take any questions.
Jason?
Yes, sir.
Did you use the blended cost of using groundwater and?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
we account
that's what
for
that figure is with the 2 increases.
Yeah, we account for all of your water stack, as we call it, of whether it's produced or purchased, and we account for all of that as part of the plan.
And that may have been what you're alluding to, but so that included the 15% increase that the water district's rate just increased?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Right.
And yeah, and again, after that, we're assuming it's going to go down to 5, which has been its historical average, generally speaking. But if they continue at double-digit paces, then that's something that you're going to have to look at sooner rather than later.
All of this is getting to that debt coverage and everything we need. Have you looked at what percentage is going to end up in each of those different rate tiers? So that if we're on the low side, if most of our residential users fall in that 1 to 3,000, that's not gonna generate enough revenue.
If your use changes significantly from what it is today, we have the data to know how much of your use is within each one of those tiers right
Do we kind of know where
now.
our average is on usage?
Yes, and I think it's around 6,500, something like that.
And what about on the commercial side?
I don't know what it is on commercial, but again, commercial averages, particularly with a relatively small user set, it's kind of worthless to look at what the average is.
Okay.
Because you've got everything from commercial using 2,000 gallons a month to 200,000 gallons a month.
Sure.
And really not the case on
I think the
residential.
biggest thing that needs to make sure is that if our residents,
Undue burden on the lower level.
Yeah.
I think the averages take that into consideration.
okay,
That's as we've designed it. Again,
but is it also making sure that if the average slants to the lower level moving forward, that we're still going to have enough money to pay for everything?
if it changes substantially,
We won't.
you would.
But if
Right.
if it
If it
stays on
continues-
average where we're at, we should be fine.
That's how we
Okay.
modeled it, exactly.
That's what I need. Thank you.
We know, and we've modeled it in a way that we know how many gallons are charged at which tier.
Okay,
And so that's how we've modeled it. And again, if it changes substantially, that's one of the baseline assumptions that has to be tracked.
But still, we can make alterations in year 2.
Absolutely.
So,
well, I was also thinking about some of the new housing coming in and other things that are coming in that may slant to the higher water usage than the lower, so is that something?
and that's over a 5-year period, probably not
Yeah.
gonna be considered over the 3-year total.
Throwing some thoughts out.
Yeah, as your cost basis changes, as your usage patterns change, that's one of the reasons why we would recommend that you do this every couple of years. Every 3-5 years or so, do a formal study where you can look at those kinds of things, take a look at your rate structures or anything that needs to change in it, and then move on. You don't need to do one of these every year. That's one of the reasons why we're suggesting a 3-year plan. That unless you've got a really dynamic system, where you've got 15% growth and those kinds of things, generally speaking, you don't have to do a full-on rate study every year. We'd be happy to take a look at your revenues as they start coming in, over the year, and just stay in touch with your staff and say, okay, is it generally producing what the model suggested it would produce, and help them track along, and we'd just do that. But again, you'd want to take a look at this 3, 4, 5 years out, again, formally.
Do you have any gut feel for what the rate structure would look like, assuming we did not use debt to finance the improvements?
So it would change, if you can go back to that multi chart slide, just a couple back. It would change a couple of different things.
24.
Right, yeah, here we go, right. So that debt service component in the upper right-hand side that you see there, that's the gray is the existing debt service that you're paying regardless, and the blue is what we're assuming would be the future debt service. What we are also, though, counting on here, as you can see, in these first 3 years, that black line is what your net revenues are. We're expecting you to lose money, the utility to lose money in the first 3 years. The only reason you can do that is because you got fund balance in place, right? You got savings in place to do that. If you decide to cash fund this $2.4 million, which you have the money to do, instead of debt funded, that just means that these rates are going to have to go up a lot faster in order to
Cover the cost.
because you don't have that cushion in your fund balance. You can do that. I can't give you off the top of my head what that would look like, but you'd have to generate an additional, somewhere in the ballpark of first year, $300,000 on a $2 million system. That's a 15% change. So another 15% on top of what we're talking about right now, but then you could stay relatively constant. So, 15% on top of all of those rates. That means that first tier would go from 503, I think it was, up to 560-ish, 570, something like that. And your base charges will go up 15% as well. So, go from 25 to 30-ish. But it's an alternative. It's an alternative. And again, it'd be lower cost long-term, higher cost short-term.
The only problem is you're at 4% now, which is pretty good. And if there are rate increases, now again, assuming that all these projects, again, they're 3-year projects, so what's it gonna look like in 3 years? Nobody knows, but it's probably not gonna change dramatically from what it is.
Yeah.
So,
Not gonna be a spot.
Yeah, municipal rates tend to move less than consumer rates do. They move, but not as fast and not as much, generally speaking.
Anytime we're talking about raising rates, it's quiet up here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't wanna raise rates, but at the same time, I don't wanna get stuck a year, 2 years down the road and have to jack it up so fast that we got issues,
So that's why this plan is looked at like this. And we depend on the water district and our well water. We blend it, and I think we've managed our water really well here. But I think it's inevitable that we need to increase revenues to cover the cost. I just think that's where we are.
well, we do have a contract that binds us to buy a certain amount of water, and because of the drought, that wasn't obviously enforced or,
Yeah.
But it is there.
Yeah, it's there. It could be.
Yeah, but their rates went up, 15%?
Last year and then 15 this year, so.
And so we went up twice and our water rates stayed the same.
Yes.
So.
But our purchases from them were negligible.
Yeah, but that will change depending on rainfall and.
But if we still have to purchase a certain amount from them to keep the contract good.
Well, they've kind of
That's a
worked
good
it,
idea.
so, yeah.
What that number is,
I have to say, I like round numbers, and that's just me. I'm not a huge fan of these, pennies. I'd be in favor of adopting the proposed rate and round everything down to the nearest dime. And we just, take 3 years and see, what it does for us. That's just my preference when I go to write a check, and I like to.
We call that optical building.
That's right. That's right.
It's a little more acceptable to buy something for $6.99 than $7.20. So you making a motion, George?
I will. I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
Aye. Candace.
Aye.
5-0. We adopt the 3-year plan with the rounding down to.
Down to the nearest dime. Okay, we'll put that, we'll get that over to staff and we can get that published and all that sort of thing.
Now, for you people out here, I want you to tell your family and your friends that our rates went up a lot. We're bringing yours up a little bit, and I'll be watering a lot less myself, so it's inevitable. It's gotta happen, so.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Thank you, Jason.
Move down here. I know they're here for that. They got a kid for school tomorrow. That's your call, though.
Mayor Pro Tem has required that I move down to item number 11 and then come back to the, because we have people here that want to speak and people that are interested, and I know it's a subject near and dear to some. So we're going to go down to individual items. Item number 11. Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the public parking lot by Baked and Sexton Mill and the other businesses in the Bridges building. We have speakers that we have for this. Pam Streeter, is she here?
I reserve the right to hold off to hear what the statement is.
Okay. Dara, Carol,
Darren.
Darren? You need to learn to ride a little better then. Would you like to speak?
The item's a little vague. I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay, all right, we do have some information. That's the only speakers that have chosen for that. Veronica, can you cover what you gave me, just for informational? The ordinance,
Oh, yes.
I don't have it. Okay, we've got this public parking that's owned by the city. And businesses have been allowed to have 2 spots, reserved spots there. We've grown a little bit, we've got we got parking requirements. And it's kind of gotten to the point where who owns what, who can park here, who can't park here, and who are we gonna tow? I don't know that we've ever towed anyone there since I've been here, but it is an issue. It's something we need to address. So, George, you've been here the longest. You know a lot about it, Jim. Can you speak to it? I mean, you were there when they put up the bar and you were there when they did the parking. Would you like to come up and speak to it a little bit and explain our thinking at that point?
So I guess kind of the history of it, the way I understand it, there was a property there that the city bought. They elected to tear the building down, build a parking lot, public parking. But the owner of the property before the city bought it retained an ingress egress to the businesses that face Bernard Street. So it's a 15-foot wide ingress egress easement.
Does
So
that 15 feet reach the concrete?
yeah, I want to say it's 5 or 6 feet into those parking spaces. And so I don't even know that you can ingress, egress from Walnut Street because people have kind of built onto the rear of some of those structures. And so I'm not sure where that lands. But several years back, we were trying to figure out a way to kind of accommodate everybody. So rather than put a pipe rail fence or whatever down through all the spaces, because you eliminate probably 10 parking spaces. Rather than do that, we just move that pipe rail over, and council decided to let those business owners utilize those spaces from 8 to 5 or 8 to 7. I'm not sure.
8 to 7.
There's hours on the sign, but they were dedicated for those business owners during a certain part of the day. After that, it was kind of first come, first serve. So that's kind of the history of it.
There you have it.
So what are you
So
proposing?
what's
What's the change?
what's the discussion here?
Well, the discussion is that the business owners are having a question of, who can park where, is it city owned? There is an ordinance that allows for, I believe, 2 parking spots. Have you looked at that, Troy? Per business? I believe that's what it
The
is.
requirements,
Yeah.
or I don't think that, no, that doesn't, yeah.
No,
It
that does
doesn't give
not,
a number of spots.
no.
All right, she's going to speak now. Would you give your name and address, please?
Pamela Streeter, 205 Southwest Bernard Street. I'm going to actually start speaking as P&Z. So there is not an ordinance that allows those business owners to have 2 spots per business. There's nothing in our ordinances about that. It was a kind of understanding with the city that they needed access to their buildings. B3, the square, has 0 parking requirements. There is not a business in there that is required to have any type of parking. The city built a city parking lot, had to adjust with the easement so that people could get their trash cans out, could move things, but it was actually never in the easement that they were guaranteed parking. It's been an unspoken rule. Let's come back to on the other side of the bar, that is city parking, and it is first come, first serve. And while Sexton Mill and Baked, being businesses right there, utilize it more than any other person does, that is open parking for anyone. As technically should be, and rightly or wrongly, as technically should be the parking spaces up against the buildings themselves. That's the P&Z side.
Thank you, Sam. You know, I did a little detective work this past week, and it's only a week, so not a big piece, but to see how many people actually parked in those spots behind the east, the other buildings, and it's not utilized that much.
There's not signage well for it. I'm coming up now as
You're right,
Pam's.
but I'm just saying, there's not a lot of people that park in those spots that have a reserve sign. I just noticed that, and I think we've got some answers here that we can get to. Part of it is the trash cans. You know, we've got more parking there, and the trash cans are right there, and that prevents people from parking on that bar.
So back as a PNC person,
Okay.
we have been looking at trash can and dumpsters. Allison and I have looked at all of that trash cans, and what we believe would be a better situation is, and we need to talk to you guys, is that we can have a communal dumpster. So now every business doesn't have their own, but we can use a communal. And since the trash company charges a bulk price to you guys, it's a question of whether or not the city can say, here's the cost of this communal dumpster. How do we divide that amongst all those buildings and bill them individually off the communal dumpster? But that would solve your dumpster. That would solve that parking trash can issue, which is something that we have talked through at length at P&Z and want to bring that to you guys. So now I just brought it to you.
Ordinance now.
Businesses providing parking spots.
That's what I was referring to.
Yeah.
What?
That's under,
12.04.042, restricted
Okay.
parking.
okay. Well,
And so what are we trying to change? I don't understand what we're trying to change it to.
Well, it's really more informational right now. Some people said there was an ordinance, some people said there wasn't. We've got parking spots that are
so
reserved.
that ordinance actually, all that restricted parking ordinance belongs under all of our parking ordinance. So
Okay.
we will make the suggestion to move that
All right,
to our entire parking ordinance. So it's not buried under something entirely different.
that makes sense.
Now, hi, I'm Pam Streeter, the resident. Parking in and around the square area is a problem, and it's going to become more of a problem as different businesses come in, as different restaurants change, as hotels that are in the works open up who don't have enough parking. And so understanding how we want to handle city lots that are open for the public being utilized by individual businesses in a alleged near monopoly is something that has to be figured out and addressed before too much happens. Because when you are talking about Bernard Street cottages becoming something, whatever it becomes, when you are talking about the Clinton Hotel becoming a hotel with 36 rooms, it has 8 spots, city parking is going to be at a premium. And so now you've got a city lot that is being, at times of the week, utilized by 2 businesses only, not by regulation, but by happenstance. You have a county lot that is being used primarily by another business. Again, arrangements made between that business and the county, but it's not leaving open city parking for people to go into our shops. So that's going to have to be something that as a resident who lives in this particular zone has to be addressed, whether that means we need to find another land to make into a parking lot, whether we need to come back and say, you know what, these businesses need to find their own parking, something, but it can't keep going the way it's going right now.
Yeah, we're aware of
I know.
that need and we all
I know,
talk
I'm just
about
saying it was a
constantly.
topic, so I wanted
Right now,
to,
let's go back to this parking lot. Troy, have you talked to any of the merchants?
Off and on, different ones. Obviously, everybody has their own needs and wants, so that influences opinions, obviously. So, you know, I don't know. I think the times are so close to working out, but they just barely miss it.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the Lane building has 21 spaces that the city will be
vacating
tabled
at
off
night,
on
right,
on weekends.
nights and weekends.
May I
So I
ask what
think-
merchants you spoke to about it?
Sexton, Baked. I haven't talked to anybody who backed up.
Oh,
We didn't know initially that there were rumors that the line was further in, and then some people said it wasn't. And so Jim pulled past deeds, and so it extends 5 feet in, obviously. So nobody owns the whole parking lot, neither the city nor the building owners. They don't own it.
Hold
So
on, wait a second. You're saying we don't know feasible that
The
property?
entire lot.
the entire parking
Piece
space.
of it.
Okay.
And
They
that,
get 1/3, you guys have 2/3.
that,
We own the lot, just.
correct,
they just
Yeah,
have these-
yeah, the
right,
easement, usage.
correct.
so do
I-
we know the city lot needs a survey to figure out that exact line?
I think one was done. Who did that? Do you remember?
Well, I don't know that they did the survey, but I just had Will Vaughn come down before he passed recently, but he showed me those, 3 of those corners.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad idea. One thing, you know, we applied for a grant from the land office, and it gives us the ability to do some other studies, one of which could potentially be a parking study. So I would absolutely suggest that
So
that
is-
may be.
Is the concern that has been brought to council because there's not enough parking, or because the business owners are saying people are parking in their spots, or because the public is saying, why are those spots not being used?
That's right.
Why are those not spots being used? Got it.
From a perspective, Lindsay, you guys that have a business there, what's the beef? Where are we going with this?
I'm not one to talk much because we're on the corner, so we have
Yeah, that's
easy
fine.
access to those things. And recently, I guess up until about April, we were still getting deliveries to our store, and there are times that we get pallets that need a space for me to then offload. So having access to the back of our store is essential. I, though, am not as much of an issue because I have that corner space. So my most concern that I've heard through the rumor mill is moving trash cans. So we're not to that issue yet, so I'll wait until I'll let them talk about parking.
Well, Pam, I think that's a great idea, a communal dumpster.
I think it would be too.
And I think I'm not sure how it's not gonna probably cost you any more than it does now. For those that have 2 cans and pay $17, but you know, it's not gonna be a lot different. I think we ought to consider that and put Richard Bruning on it to look at the cost and come back with
Where to put it.
well, yeah, that's the next.
Well,
Since Lindsay doesn't, I mean, she just admitted she doesn't have an issue, we'll just put it right behind y'all's door.
Well, no, that's the thing. I was like, okay, so if we're gonna move these trash cans, where are they gonna get moved
So we've
to?
Allison and I actually looked at everything, we've got some suggestions on where we
Okay.
think the
Well,
the
let's
dumpster
put
would be
together
least.
an idea
Okay.
and brainstorm and look at it, bring it to you guys, just.
Well, that would be helpful too, because I had no idea. I had heard through other people that this was even a thing to talk about, and that it was an issue. I totally understand that parking is an issue. But we also need to be able to access our buildings, our stores. Maybe 2 spots is too much per store. I'm sure there's a great compromise that can work, because
What
yes,
is the
we
hours that you guys would really need to have that access to that back door without encumbrance? 8 to 7?
Well,
Because
there's
he's got a
no-
business that it's back there, he's up there early.
yeah, we're
Yeah.
not on the
There's no
same.
that's
signage
fine.
that says public parking after 7 PM, correct? I don't remember ever seeing anything.
No, it says restricted parking.
For each
Probably
business.
minutes ago. No, it just says restricted parking
For the whole
Yeah.
lot right there.
for that line of
During
parking
certain
spots.
Then do we need maybe more clear signage that states restricted parking between the hours of, and, you know, that way people that come at 7 o'clock know that, okay, I can park.
I think there needs to be more signage. That sign, a lot of people don't see it. So they go in there and.
Well, that's just-
Because they can't get out.
From a historical standpoint, no one's ever paid attention to it.
Yeah.
No, we've never
Allison
towed
and I are
that I
really
know.
good
George,
at
we ever
have
towed?
an- have a plan.
No, there's been tickets issued, but you can't tell it because that bar.
Yeah, well, that's part of it, yeah.
That, I will say that bar makes it very difficult because you can't make
What's the bar there for?
it was
Jim,
to
what
stop
was that
through
bar?
traffic coming through.
Yeah, just to separate roundabout traffic.
Yeah.
Is a historic park.
No,
And-
Mayor, I would like,
Ann's trying to tell us we can't paint it or anything.
I would like to propose that this has been something that has been a discussion and that Allison and I have looked at, and that with Rich's assistance as well, that the three of us can actually propose some ideas for council at their next
I would
meeting.
appreciate it, though, y'all would do it.
If you don't mind.
Just off the top of your head, do you know how many spaces there are that abut those buildings?
10. Okay. Is that right?
I think there's 7.
I think it's on
8?
7.
Okay. 7?
You guys over here.
Okay, but then there's the parking on the other side
I got
that's
it
being
pulled up right
utilized
here.
by the
There's
trash
7.
cans.
Yeah,
So we
got
can
the
figure
trash
it out.
can, we got
There's no
another-
parking on the other side, where the trash can.
Well, there could be.
Well, no,
There's
we back
not-
down.
there's no-
Oh,
That's what we back
I got plans, girl.
I don't think anybody's opposed to taking that bar down either. I think that bar is.
But if we take the bar down, then we need signs.
Better
on the
signage on each spot.
spots.
Yeah, on each spot.
Yes.
That's the thought.
And then that way it looks uniform, it looks,
Yeah.
you know,
That was the thing.
yeah.
Well, I think we've probably got some answers, some suggestions, and we put together a plan between yourself and Allison and
Yeah.
Rich, George.
Yeah. I think we got some really good ideas.
I think there's answers here, folks. I think we can get.
Well, is there any way to be on the list to be notified when that then gets brought to have?
The next council meeting's in 2
The
weeks.
next council meeting?
It won't be in time for that meeting. We'll get your next month meeting.
Oh, I'm sorry. Second Tuesday
Yeah,
of next
break.
month. Second Tuesday of next month, 5:30.
Okay?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have a question?
If not, I'll let you know.
Hang on, everyone, Ann. Hang on one second.
The entire parking situation in the city. I am just curious if there is a plan. So for instance, I live at the corner of Hereford and Vine, and I have my own personal parking lot. But they've just torn down the house at the corner of Vine and, you know, right there, Cedar.
Yeah.
Yes, and
I've already asked him.
I was
Just remind
actually
me.
concerned is, you know, with the overlay and wanting everything to look lovely, which it should. Do we have a plan for future parking? And I'm thinking, so for instance, when I go to South Congress and Austin, or, you know, when I go to Salado or whatever, there's parking that's been planned for. And if, you know, for instance, I'm in your store a lot. And I don't ever have a problem parking because she is on the corner. But when I wanted to go to bake and take my little mama in there who can't walk, diddly do, there was no way to park in there for certain people that needed access to those businesses. So there's a limited number of spaces. There's
Yeah,
not
that's for
actually
sure. Now, let
handicap.
me just tell you some action that's been taking place.
Yeah, I
I
was
know
just wondering
I
if
know
there was
that-
a plan.
Our city administrator and our public works director have looked and considered, there are a couple of little parcels of land. And we don't know what's gonna happen. We're in the midst of a survey of one, and we know there's an issue. But the bigger issue is the real estate. Where is it? Where do we go? Double decker parking? Kind of expensive. So,
And ugly.
Troy, you got anything to add to that?
I mean, you know, this one was a tough one because, you know, being that they have a right of way to some of the land in the spaces, so I think it could be designed a different way, more than likely to pick up a few more spaces.
I do too.
And, you know, like Jim and I, you know, we're in front of the building across from A&B. I call it Dwayne's old building. But anyway, there's like 10 spaces and they're public parking. So we can restripe those. You know, there's actually more spaces in the Glen on Cedars if you redo that whole thing. And I think you have to do it. And then go up Cedars and do, you know, parallel parking spots. But I think anywhere the city can grab spaces, or land, the problem is there's not any that's readily available.
But it is a problem we look at, we talk about, we try to address, and once again, it's more about the real estate than it is anything. But it is gonna be looked at, and don't miss the next regular city council meeting. It's gonna be a doozy. We're gonna go over this again. Pam and Rich.
George, you parked on
I-
Sir.
It all.
Besides, you live
all
close
it
enough,
is-
you just need to walk on
I
downtown.
do, I do.
But we need to allow
But
golf
don't,
carts.
but don't throw.
Yes, I can hear all this.
Well, and there,
That is an answer. I'd love to have a golf cart.
Just in the square area.
no,
I don't want to scrape kids up off the ground and get ready to go back on.
Oh, sir,
Hey,
I'm not
hour
wrong.
limits on it. They can only use it during the
Okay,
day.
we got an answer to this. We're gonna move with this. We're always gonna look at parking. We're always gonna consider it. And if you have an idea, call Rich.
I have one more thing.
Yes, sir.
Will I be able to speak on another agenda item or not? Okay, I'll wait.
All right, we're gonna go back. Thank y'all for coming and helping us address this issue. And Pam, thank you. Okay, where are we going, folks? Number four. All right, items requiring public hearings. I would like to have our city secretary, Veronica Welsh, introduce number 4, please.
Public hearing regarding recommendations for amending ordinance 4.09.003B, inspections, permits, and fees, and 4.09.005, distance regulations for mobile food vendors.
Do we have a staff member that has information they'd like to provide further? No? All right. I'm going to open the public hearing on this. And Pam, are you gonna, there she is? Okay. Pam, if you'd like to present this and tell us what it's all about.
So this actually we discussed at your last city council meeting when you provided the variance for the food truck at the Ranch House, the Garden Cafe. We went in and removed the distance requirement of a food truck to a residential zoning boundary line. That distance was 200 feet. It is not anything that brick and mortar restaurants were required to have. So we felt it was appropriate to take it out. The second thing we did is that in the food truck ordinance, it required that the food truck owner and purveyors had to have background checks. That was at a cost to them. Again, not something that anybody who buys any business in town, has to do unless they're selling alcohol. So we removed that requirement as well. That's it.
So you don't foresee any problem with the brick and mortars or anyone?
The distance to a brick and mortar is still in place.
Okay.
We struck the distance all the way out, or we just changed it from 200?
We struck it all the way out. Distance to a brick and mortar restaurant is still in place. Distance to a residential boundary line is gone.
What's the distance to brick and mortar?
It's I'd have to look at it again. It's 200, it's 200 feet to a brick and mortar.
Not in a direct line, down a sidewalk, into the door, from door to door.
I think it's a direct line.
Is it?
I'd have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure it's a direct line.
I thought we.
That's the liquor one that we did that way.
Did council any other
I'll
comments?
move forward as
Wait a minute,
presented.
we're not ready yet.
Sorry.
Go ahead and close our public hearing.
Any members of the public have a comment you'd like to make regarding this? Thank you. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time on item number 4. And we will go down to item 6. If you'll read that for us, Veronica.
Just go into the next public hearing.
Huh?
You want to just go into the next public hearing?
I'd rather just address this one and do both those.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the recommendations for amending ordinance 4.09.003B, inspections, permits, and fees. Ordinance number 2025-0-18 and 4.09.005, distance regulations for mobile food vendors. Ordinance number 2025-0-19.
Council, questions, motions, anything?
So, Kim, what are the rules? Like, if there's an empty lot next to my house,
They have to have signed written permission from the lot owner, and they have to meet all the state health requirements. Those are the two main. Now, part of it is also they have to be able to be connected to city water, they have to be connected to city electricity. So they can't just pick a lot with no utility connections. They have to have what's called a concessionary space, which means that depending on what the food truck is creating, if a grease trap is required, they have to have a place to go to dump the grease trap. It cannot go in city sewer. Same with brick and mortar. All of that is the same with brick and mortar. Unless we're in the county, and then the county lets them have well water or septic. Okay?
Okay.
Council members?
I make a motion to approve the 2 ordinances as presented.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, passes. Okay, item number 5.
Just as a technical,
Yes.
your variance that you now did, Veronica, for the Ranch Cafe, that mobile truck, you can void that variance now.
Thank you. Okay, back to items for the public hearing, number 5, Veronica.
Public hearing regarding recommendations for amending 14.02.042 R-1 single family residence district related to setback requirements.
Anybody on staff have anything to say about this? Okay,
So in looking through setbacks, this is really pertaining to accessory buildings. Our ordinance was allowing 3 feet towards the property line on the sides, 7 in the back. We have moved that to be more in line with what the primary structure is, which is 7 feet from the side and 10 feet from the back. So that we are keeping the accessory building in line with the primary dwelling. We also found that the accessory buildings had a clause that said if the building was under 200 square feet, it could be anywhere in the property, all the way up against a fence line. We felt that 200 square feet was larger than what, based on recent dialogues, 200 square feet is a livable space. So we brought that down to 50. So at 50 square feet or less, a true garden shed type thing, that can go up against a fence line on anywhere in the property. But if you're talking about a larger structure, a he shed, a man cave, a small tiny home, whatever you want to call it, that had to keep in line with the primary dwelling of the property.
Any questions for the spokesman here?
So, individuals that currently have variances.
Grandfathered.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to throw it out there.
Everybody's grandfathered.
Anything
This
else
is all
for the
undo.
Council? Thank you, ma'am.
And we,
Well-
just for one thing, we did suggest that we will start writing into the ordinances that we know that there's grandfathering, that we will put that in writing, that it's anything in place as of this date will be grandfathered. And that way that there's less confusion.
All right, we're gonna open the public hearing on this item and ask if there's anyone in the room that'd like to speak regarding this. Council, any other questions? All right, I'm gonna close the public hearing on item 5 and go to individual items for consideration. Item 7, Veronica.
Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the recommendations for amending 14.02.042 R-1 Single Family Residential District related to setback requirements and approving ordinance number 2025, excuse me, -0-20.
I move to accept the ordinance 2025-020 as presented. For the amendments.
I second.
By Councilmember Mapes, all in favor?
Aye.
Did you have your hand up?
Yes, sir, I did.
5-0 passes. Okay.
Do what?
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
What's she talking about?
Thanks, Pam.
She said, I heard you what?
Okay. Item 8, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the adoption of the City of Glen Rose maximum proposed tax rate for 2025.
Another quiet one.
Veronica, you put it together, didn't you?
7:11 p.m.
Yes, I contacted the CAD and worked with them on
All the
worksheet,
values.
so yes, you see the proposed numbers on there.
Council, did you review the allowable tax rate versus current tax rate?
This is just setting it as the maximum so that we can set the date on the next agenda item for the public hearing.
That's right.
I did, but I didn't see our full expenditures yet as to what's being forecasted, unless that came. Has that already been sent out? I mean, I saw the one we had at our workshop, but is there another one that came out?
Not yet.
I'd be happy to make a motion.
Oh, big. Glad to hear it. And I know what it's gonna be. I can probably make it for you.
I make a motion to adopt the maximum tax rate of 0.27 cents per $100 valuation.
I'll second that.
We have a second by Councilmember Shanemian Brennan. All in favor? Any
Aye.
What's going on over here? You'll make a motion in a second, just wanna make sure I said. 5-0 to set that allowable rating, maximum of 0.27 per $100. That is a reduction, by the way. Okay. Number 9, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding setting the time, date, and location of a public hearing on the 2025 maximum proposed tax rate. Next meeting date.
Yes, is it the 9th, I believe, September 9th? That's what I'd like to.
Okay, someone make a motion.
So moved.
Second.
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Mann. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0, passes. September 9th will be the date for the public meeting, public hearing. 10, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the adoption of ordinance number 2025-0-17, franchise agreement between Atmos Energy and the city of Glen Rose. Discussion.
I have some questions. What's our current franchise rate?
I didn't find that done
Included?
last year, so, don't know what they currently.
I think this probably should have a little bit more fleshing out and digging into, because one, a 25-year agreement at a franchise rate where we don't have a whole lot of comparison between what other cities are doing. Be kind of interesting to know what Atmos has offered other cities as well, and what they have been able to negotiate. And then second point to that is, and no aspersions on you at all, but with a previous administrator, there was a discussion about actually having a right-of-way franchise agreement and excluding this access to right-of-ways that Atmos has included in their current proposal. So I think we need a little bit more hunting to try to find out what is available out there, because
About that.
I do know that our previous administrator was reviewing all of our agreements, and that was something that he was working on. The other one was with Texas and Mexico.
Yes.
That was like a 50-year agreement.
Yeah, they want something stupid.
But theirs allows a big hole in the middle of a right of way.
Right, that you have to re-engineer around. Yeah, so, I mean, I you know, if 5% is the going rate and we can't get better than 5%, you know, but if we could also get it with a right-of-way franchise agreement as well that we put in place. And I never like to take anybody's first offer. That's just me though.
We can get them out and have a meeting with them.
So shall we table this, pending a meeting structured by city staff? Item 10 will be tabled today, no action. Number 11, discussion consideration. What?
That's the big thing.
Yep, that was.
Oh, that's right. Let's do it again. Number 12, discussion consideration and possible action regarding resolution number 2025-R-12 to amend the current personnel policies.
Yes, the previous city secretary had been working on amending the policies, updating spelling errors, adding in some things that we needed to have, ADA type things, legal things. But this has been sent to Lynn Law in Stephenville. That's who she was working with. And I just, for continuity's sake, I just continued on with them. Their suggestion was to split the personnel policy into the personnel policy for the employees and then operations and procedure manual for upper level directors, managers, to be able to refer to with employees. And then I also included an org chart updated with our current staff configuration. And I held a meeting with all staff, minus Colby.
That's what you did.
I said minus Colby, who wasn't on duty that day. We went over all of the updates. I allowed them to ask any questions, give me any suggestions, and I didn't receive any feedback from them because that's in our policy to make sure that we let all of the employees know that we are amending it. I'm taking a big swipe at this policy. So I know I've heard feedback already about possibly taking out one of the sections, and it's really up to you all on that. I went with what the lawyer suggested. I worked with her for probably like 6 months on this, so just kind of streamlining it.
What's the feedback that you got? I want it to be knocked out.
I mean, nobody really gave me any true feedback. You know, Jim was up to me, but nobody really gave me any other suggestions on it.
I got one thing going forward, and helpful to me, because I always get this when I'm negotiating, is a red line document that shows what changed.
There was a lot of red line.
Well, I know, that means we probably missed a lot of stuff because there were no red lines. I don't know, just a suggestion, and it might not work here. I read through it, but
It really is just pulling it apart, essentially. Yeah. Like, we fixed when we passed last year that we increased from $800 to $1,000, that was updated. There was some verbiage that, like, it would say HR manager in one spot and then city secretary in the other. I put it all to HR manager, which is essentially the city secretary, but just in case in the future that becomes a different department or person, I don't want to have to go through and redo it all, so.
yeah, I get that. Well, I have to say, I have complete confidence in your decisions and the firm you work with. And that's started working with this, so I don't know why we wouldn't rely on our HR director for these items. Do you have a quick statement?
Yeah, I just have a question. So on your org chart, you did take out development service director, but since that was a position hired by city council, do you have to vote it out if you're not going to have that position? Instead of just taking it out and not rehiring that position, since you all did vote on it, does it have to be voted out first?
I'm not certain we have to vote out a position.
You don't have to. You just don't have to fill every position.
I understand you don't have to fill every position, but since they all hired, the city council hires directors, it's not an administrator thing. And I understand we may not have it, but it's taken off the org chart completely. So is it a position we potentially never gonna have again? That way that you have to get rid of it.
I'm gonna say we don't have to vote it off, but someone prove me wrong. But it's a good point. Thank you, Cheyenne.
What was the one section that you were
Referring
to
to.
strike?
Is that me?
Yes.
So, I'm a fairly conservative guy. And I kind of had a little bit of heartache with a couple of sections. And if you look on page 151 and 152.
Look on my computer's restarted.
We call out body piercing that will only be worn on the ear. I think this is kind of 2025. If we, had a lady who had a nose ring, I wouldn't have any heartache with that. The second thing, tattoos, body art, shall not be visible on the face, neck, or hands. This is, again, it's 2025. I don't have any tattoos. I don't necessarily have anything against tattoos. So that was the one thing that I thought. And then secondly or thirdly, 611 on page 154, when it talked about harassment, it included in this protected classes some people that I personally don't think are part of a protected class. It talks about types of sexual harassment are prohibited, including sexual harassment based upon pregnancy, sexual orientation, transgender status, and gender identity. Sexual harassment is defined as unwelcome sexual advances, requests, yada, yada, yada. I would be remiss if I didn't say, I think we could include boilerplate language of EEOC and say color, gender, national origin, religion, any of those other things. But I don't necessarily.
I do not know that anywhere in the federal law, pregnancy is a protected class.
It is, yeah, it's FMLA, yeah.
From a harassment? It's a protected class from a hiring perspective.
Yeah, which also would be an EEOC violation.
Okay.
But those are just a couple of things that caught my eye. I'd be like.
Change the language on sex.
And then if you're looking, there's on page 606 outside employment, it has in parentheses 2 question marks. It says available on a form available in the office. Question mark office. So a typo. 606.
Sure.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Wow.
It's a lot.
I've been working on with Veronica for the last 6 months, but I miss those. I'm sorry.
Well, I agree with George on the tattoos. I mean, I think that's a part of our culture today. The only thing that gives me pause is if it's inappropriate things like, the F word written across. That might be hard for our clientele to swallow, but I don't think that tattoos and.
Well, you can also have language that any offensive tattoos have to be covered.
Yeah.
While at work.
Yeah, you could leave shall not contain potentially offensive words, terms, logos, pictures, cartoons, or slogans. I just don't know that, we limit our work pool sometimes if we don't allow some tattoos on the skin that are visible on the hands.
I do have to say there needs to be a certain level of decorum that we hold our city employees to. So, and because if you do that, if you sit there and say there's probably no offensive, well, then you need to define what's offensive. And then I think you get into a little bit of a quandary over what's appropriate. I recommend we just say no visible tattoos.
I think hands would be okay. I think it's face and neck becomes an issue. But if you're gonna sit here and talk about the workforces, you've got a director level that may be held to a higher standard than your lower tier employees.
And once again, I don't think we have to define offensive. We have to have the person who runs his office makes that determination. And if it's offensive, just say you put a long sleeve shirt on. I think.
You just say covered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. Covered.
It still happen.
Yeah. I don't think we can.
That's what we wrote. We just wrote that they need to be covered during work hours. I don't care how you cover them.
All right, outside that, George, you want to make
That
a
was all.
motion?
That was all, yeah.
Would you like me to make the changes and then represent at the next meeting?
No, let's go ahead and vote, just make the changes, we accept it with the changes.
Is that striking out C and D?
No revising C and D. So tattoo, body art, or branding of the skin shall not be visible on the face and neck and shall not contain, so strike hands. Body piercing shall only be, I would strike that sentence. Spacers, gauges, and or stretching the ear beyond a conventional piercing is not acceptable.
So one more time, what would C be? I'm sorry.
Strike the first sentence.
154?
151. On C. 607.C.
Okay, and then D?
D, just strike hands. And then 154,
You're on D, you're just only striking hands. That's what you're considering.
that's all. I mean, that's up to y'all, but I mean, my recommendation would be, yeah, let's start with, tattoos on the hands are allowable. As long as they're not offensive.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were striking that.
No, just strike hands. So the sentence would be, shall not be visible on the face or neck, and shall not contain
Oh, gotcha.
Got
potentially offensive
that,
words.
Marshal? Anything else?
And then 154.
What was your suggestion on 154?
I would strike,
Strike that big whole last paragraph up and sum it up with something. If you have to go off into the next page, it starts, go up,
I see.
put that bullet point down.
You could just say all types of sexual harassment are prohibited, period.
Well, I think that's more appropriate for a business environment.
Sure.
Are there ever situations where, like the gauges or whatever could be a safety issue? And I'll give an example, like meat cutters that are running saws and stuff, they don't wear jewelry. Would there be a certain job where, in that job description, you might have to write in something that was safety related?
I think it would rely upon the directors like Jim to his staff if they're working on certain situations and a chain hanging on the neck might get caught in a grinder or something. He'll manage that without,
Or
I mean,
pulling your hair back
yeah,
into
I think it's just common
ponytail or
sense
something?
directorship. We don't need to,
So it doesn't have to be detailed, you could just,
yeah, we don't have to have everything in an ordinance and a resolution to protect our employees. We look to our directors to do that.
okay,
So I feel confident in all of them that they will do that.
certainly, yeah.
So I did just in that sentence, it prohibited, strike that clause.
All right, which one are you talking about now, George?
611 on page 154, second paragraph, first paragraph above the bullet points. So it says all types of sexual harassment are prohibited, period. Then take out that modifying clause. And then the next sentence says sexual harassment is defined as unwelcome, yada, yada, yada.
I'm sorry, I told you wrong.
Yeah, you've got me so confused over here. So the only thing you're saying is to take out that one sentence?
Take out that clause. Take out including harassment based upon pregnancy, sexual orientation, transgender status, and gender identity. Just leave it at all types of sexual harassment are prohibited, period.
The only reason I give pause is I'm married to a former HR for AT&T, and this kind of stuff's in there to protect us. And if it's not spelled out clearly, then the workaround. So is it
All sexual harassment is forbidden.
true? But when it comes to if you end up in litigation, being married to an HR person, it's better to have more than not enough. And so that's always, so, I mean, you're right, all sexual harassment is, but then your definition of who it's sexually harassing.
So in
And that
every
person-
sexual harassment seminar, not just I've been through hundreds of them in my corporate career of Fortune 500 companies, et cetera. It is flat out anybody, including, we all used to joke about it, but if you're sitting at a bar and you tell the same joke to your colleague for 10 years every day, and on year 1 of day 11, the person decides that the joke is offensive, it retros all the way back for the 10 years of having told the
Agreed.
joke.
But why
It's-
would we not have it completely spelled out?
Because
The
you're not
lawyer,
spelling
the
out.
lawyer is suggesting this for a reason. And so that's just my point.
But
You worked with a lawyer to come up with this, and so this is kind of what the verbiage has been.
But
So
that actually, in just my view, and I am just one view, calling out those specific classes doesn't call out all the other classes, and that becomes even worse.
True.
So man on man, woman on woman, man on woman, woman on man.
You know,
However-
it really comes down to this. We can't protect ourselves from every situation that may come up in litigation. We do our best, and I think all sexual harassment covers it. Now, who's gonna determine it? I don't know. We're gonna hire the type of people that might do that, maybe, probably not. Glen Rose. So I say, someone make a motion here.
We do define it. The next,
Oh, yeah,
the
yes,
next
it
sentence
does.
defines it.
And I think it's enough for me.
606, the typos, the 3 sections.
So,
Correct.
I highly recommend that we get more definitions. Personal policies are a big deal that open the city up to a lot of liability. And I say we table it until we get more defined definitions for so many of the things that we've touched on and revisit it in 2 weeks. It's not like we're not going to revisit it, for 6 months.
So far.
I would probably agree with that. And I would just consult, maybe even have Stan go through each one, each change, and just give his. Or
I
maybe
don't know if
even
we need to mix Stan into it, so if we've already been working with one legal team and then we move to another legal team and then he's caught up in all these 100 and.
Well, we're just talking about
200
reviewing the
pages.
changes only, not the whole document, just the changes.
My concern on that though is if he's gonna turn around and say, well, I recommend these changes now to add to it.
No, we're not gonna ask him to do that.
Well, the one thing Candace is saying is look at where you need to define things more. And not just look at those changes suggested, but also make sure that everything has a good definition behind it. If I heard Candace right.
But the attorney gave us this definition. Sexual harassment is defined as unwelcome sexual advances, comma, request for sexual favors, comma, and other verbal or physical conduct of a sexual nature when, semicolon, bullet point, bullet point, bullet point.
Is the attorney that Veronica worked with, is that an attorney who does the employments and all that? That is their specialty, so they write the policies, they review them, they know what they're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you could check with that.
Her name is Betty Lynn.
I think.
I've talked to her.
My suggestion was,
And she's a wily veteran, I'll tell you that.
my suggestion was that if she could provide a copy with the red outs and the crosses, which I'm sure she probably has, and the amendments, and this is her specialty, which is not, every attorney has their specialty. Let's take her advice and see where we go. We're gonna look at it again in 2 weeks. I mean, we've already paid her to do the work. Why pay somebody else to redo the work?
We're gonna pay again.
But getting a copy of the red line agreement, the red line changes is a lot easier.
Yeah,
Think she did that?
I'm sure she did. She's an attorney.
Yeah, I would think so, that's fine.
Yeah, but if you're changing what they recommended, it would be wise to send the changes, just the changes
Okay, make
to
a
what
motion.
they recommended and just have it pass.
Let's
their
take, someone make a motion to
process.
table it, see what changes.
And if it doesn't, then why?
Yeah.
And then it's up to council to decide, is the why worth it or is the why not? You know?
You noted the changes that we wanted to make?
Yes.
Okay.
Make a motion.
I'll make a motion to table it and we'll pick it up at our next regularly scheduled meeting.
A second.
And advise the attorney of the changes and take her opinion on it. Okay, we have, you second it?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem second, all in favor of tabling and getting further recommendations from the attorney? 4-0, anybody against?
Did I miss the vote? Sorry.
You did, are you in? All right, 5-0 passes.
Hey, Rob, on page 188.
Get with her after, Stuart, let's just cover 10. Make a note. Number 13. Discussion, consideration, possible action on resolution number 2025-R-13 regarding the adoption of a procurement policy for the city of Glen Rose.
So this was a result of Mundo and Associates doing the grant with the land office. That one of the things that the land office does require is to have a procurement policy that's been approved by council. And it must comply with what they want to see. So that's what this is.
Does this have any bearing on holding up the process with Lambda and the grant process?
I think if we want this bid, we need to adopt this. I think it'll be a deal breaker.
I move to adopt the procurement policy as presented.
I'll second it.
Second by Councilman Running, all in favor of the procurement policy being accepted?
Candace?
Candace?
Wake up, Candace.
4-0.
4-0.
Sorry, I got, my phone got stuck on mute. I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Which part?
Make the motion again, George.
What are we voting on? What is, because I know that there was discussion right there and I was trying to click over and I couldn't.
Candace, what we have is a new procurement policy that it enables us to have a higher level of opportunity to get the grant that we put out there. And everybody up here has read through it, looked at it, and seems favorable to it.
Yes, I am favorable to that. Thank
Okay,
you.
let's vote one more time. All in favor? 5-0 passes. Thank you. 14, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding an off-duty officer performing the morning traffic control during the 2025-2026 school year.
Somebody was told this needed to be on the agenda, so I'll put it on there. It might not be 180 days because Schlark can only do 2 days a week, but for some reason they wanted to vote on it. So here we are. I move to perform morning traffic duties for the 25-26 school year, possibly 180 days or could be less.
And you'll fill in?
I mean, I'll fill in, it don't matter to me.
I'll fill in for that price.
Well, we just want to be able to put this, I mean, I'm making the motion to put this money in the budget, whether we use it or not. I just want it on the budget.
And so he would do the traffic 2 days a week.
Ideally, somebody would do it 5 days a week,
So it
but
would free up
the
our-
money in the budget is to be done every day of school, the 180 days. However, the guy we're using now can only do Tuesdays and Thursdays. So I want to budget the whole amount, whether we use it, we do. If we don't, we don't.
So it puts our officers back on the street.
Yes,
Right?
possibly, yes.
I'll second.
Councilmember Freed seconds. All in favor of the
Aye.
5-0 passes. Discussion number 15, discussion, consideration of possible action regarding engineering services for the walking bridge.
Council, this was a topic that was discussed at the retreat, so. You did? Oh, okay.
One for.
Can you switch it over? Okay. So let me go over just what I showed at our retreat. You know, just some examples of placement of the bridge. The Walnut, where it ends up by Sexton Mill, seems to be the perfect spot for it, as well as the land on the other side. Being able to construct the supports, you'd have to have a clear site. This site seems to do it. But that would also be part of what this is about, which is engineering services to look at cost, feasibility, put together information that could potentially be used for an RFP. Just an example, this is a bridge being constructed right now in Marble Falls. And this is over this is part of a park system. And it is not done yet. This is one that connects Baylor Stadium to the campus. And it is pretty cool to be in the stadium and see people walking across the bridge and being able to live on campus and get to something that's on the other side of the river, the Brazos River. And then here's other examples. I have that one. Des Moines. This is a pretty cool one. It's got a little visitor or a little pedestrian area right here where people can gather and look over the river. That's kind of nice. And then here's one in Chattanooga. Then a little bit of, now the other sheet kind of goes over the same thing, but the capture rate, downtown spending, and then sales tax considerations. So I'm going to move over to that. Okay, so can it pay for itself? That's the question. So this takes into effect, what would be the idea? Obviously, to be able to, and we talked about parking, and you think about the cost of buying, for example, a house over here, tearing it down, getting, let's say, 25 parking spaces out of it. You're probably looking at $400,000 to $500,000 by the time you construct that. There's been talk before about a parking structure. Now you're looking at millions of dollars. So the bridge does alleviate some parking issues in that a festival, for example, that's at Heritage Park, people can park in other parts of the square. They wouldn't be parked necessarily at Heritage Park. And then people can access it through the walking bridge. Or vice versa. You can utilize, and we have looked at some of the availability that's not there today with buying land right as you come into the park, where you could probably get a good, I'd say 20 to 30 parking spots. And I would not think it would be cost prohibitive on that. It's been there forever. I don't know what the plan is to do with it, but anyway, I think it gives you some options to look at. But think about the numbers. We looked at them for 2024. So remember, we had 20,000 new visits to the town square, just a downtown square. And our sales tax went up $220,000, which when we graphed it out, we could see that our sales tax days, our biggest days of the year, were our holidays. So in other words, it wasn't some, parts manufacturer in town that is responsible for the 200,000. If you graphed it out and you graphed out when the visits came, you think if we use traditional spending, then you get to the numbers and you show what happens when you bring more people, which is the whole point. So this kind of puts it into context, what you would see as far as potential sales tax increases, hotel occupancy tax. And I mean, we do have now coming new hotels downtown. Obviously, we've got a couple now, and we've got, Airbnbs located close to the downtown area. So they would see a substantial, especially the new hotels, being able to advertise a totally walkable river walk. And I mean, it honestly would be, I think, a game changer for the downtown square, and along with what else is coming. So again, looking at some of the numbers, we see property tax increases too. We see the land probably that's in downtown and near downtown, we would see some increases in property tax value, I believe, if we have a total walkability on the Riverwalk. And then obviously the businesses that are in the square would see a big jump also. If we're doing, festivals a little bit more regularly, using potentially an amphitheater or things like that to be built in the park, we start to see the visitors start getting evened out instead of the way that we see now, which it's just 6 or 7 times a year that we see these increases. And then other cities that have done it. And, it is for these cities, like even Baylor, when you think about what they did and the Robert Summers, I mean, they put it where they could have picked any place in the city to put that sculpture, that set of sculptures. They put it at the beginning of the walking bridge. And I think that says a lot too. So recommended, obviously, wayfinding, getting people to the square. That's what it's always been about.
And the surrounding area around the square.
And the surrounding area, that's what I mean. The overlay?
Yeah, the overlay is like
Too soon. Okay, so again, some of the things we can do to extend it even further. But, conventional costs right now for Marble Falls, and we had said probably 1.2, and I'd gotten an estimate from a company of 1.2. Marble Falls, the one I showed you earlier, was 1.5. But this pays for itself. It absolutely does, and more. So, we have so many things that don't pay for themselves, and, sometimes it's a quality of life thing. But, we've seen when we make these investments, we invested in the lights on buildings. Well, guess what? Our sales tax went up, not just because of that, but it's an overall investment, overall part of what has happened. Same thing for, doing the sidewalks. But we've got some businesses coming that I think with this, I think it transformed the whole square.
What are we talking about on engineering costs for this study?
Well, we don't know, and that's what I'd like to do, is come up with a cost. So I just would like council's okay to engage companies. We could bring it back on the next agenda
Yeah, I see why I
and
would
see
do
the
that.
cost.
I'd like to throw out the safety part of it too. Walking on that bridge is really not very
It's not
safe.
Yeah, that's the
We've
whole
been
idea.
fortunate, nothing's happened, but to my knowledge, not since I've been here, but I drive that, I live on that side, and when you see like kids riding their bikes, and kids don't just, they're doing it, I mean, it makes me a nervous wreck when I see them. So, just even for safety, it would make me feel so much better that there was another way they could get across that bridge.
Right.
Or get across.
I agree as well, and I'll be quite honest. I've talked to several people, throughout the community, and there is nothing that gets them more excited than that bridge. And so, if it adds value to our city square, if it increases safety for our visitors, but also for ourselves and our children, and it's something that the community wants, and if we can fund it, why wouldn't we do it?
Richard?
Yeah, I just want to say if it saves one life, it pays for itself, period. I don't want to see anybody hurt on that narrow highway bridge walking. If we can get them off of that and onto a pedestrian bridge, going back to the kids thing, if it saves one life.
It
it's
just
worth it.
opens
It's
up
worth it.
Heritage Park.
Yeah.
It really does.
I'm just gonna add to it. My wife walks it every day, and I walk it 3 days a month probably. I will tell you, we're one text message away, and that's how close that
Watch
bridge
people walk it all
is.
the time. We sit at the back of the property and we just watch, and we're like.
And we can actually use that to our advantage on this with TxDOT if we had to reach out to them and try to say, this is a safety issue for us. They know it's a bridge that doesn't meet standards anymore. They realize it. The pedestrian traffic's not far enough away from the road. They realize it. They know it, and they maybe would be able to help us, because they do have a division that is multimodal for bicyclers, walkers, things like that, and it's expressly designed to help in situations like this. So.
They may not answer your email.
They may not answer your email, but they're out there.
So we're asking Troy to come back and bring cost of engineering, if someone want to make that motion and have him bring it back. then
Yeah,
we'll-
somebody signed it.
Continue discussion.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry, go ahead, Scott.
I'm Scott Steenson, 3058 County Road 2013, Walnut Springs. I'd like to expand a little bit on what Troy's talking about with respect to downtown. First, I want to acknowledge Troy's leadership, Scott Gibson's leadership, and their missionary zeal to bring businesses and people to downtown. Two things that are going to make downtown work. That's when people live downtown. And the second thing is connectivity. And connectivity is the biggest part. Because if you go to these cities like Granbury, for example, there's municipal parking lots. They're there, but you have to get out of your car and you have to walk to wherever you're going. And if you have a pedestrian bridge and additional parking over there by Heritage Park, which I'm sure you could put plenty of parking over there if you wanted to, that makes people walk and connect to the city. It actually pulls down the park into downtown, if you will. So with the overlay district, we're going to have higher density housing for people to live downtown. You're going to have more parking. You're not going to solve a parking issue downtown Glen Rose. Not going to happen because the land's not available. And if it is available, it's so expensive you couldn't afford to buy it. So seek other areas for parking like Heritage Park, where people can actually park there, walk across the pedestrian bridge, and take it in the downtown area, eating, shopping, doing whatever. That's very important. If Glen Rose is going to move forward, I think we need to seriously consider a bridge.
All right, thanks, Scott.
I do have something to add on the bridge. Is there a way we can make it big enough that it can be a relief bridge for first responders or emergencies?
On a bicycle?
I mean, we keep talking about safety.
I don't see any way to go with motor vehicle of any sort, but.
That'll be up to the engineering as far as the weight, but they do have that golf cart that might be a possibility because that'd be probably not
I think
outrageously
like
expensive.
the one I looked at was 10 foot wide, and 10 foot, you can get a golf cart.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the weight.
Get a car.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I'm a civil engineer.
Hang on, guys.
I'm a civil engineer. I just finished a feasibility study, much like this. A lot of these are prefabricated. It's really simple, honestly, pretty cheap engineering. They make it really easy. They do have a lot of options on terms of like it's a pedestrian bridge that has loading potential for more for something like that. So this is honestly not a hugely expensive design.
What was your name?
Real quick.
Jeremy Dooley.
Do
I got
what?
a card. Jeremy Dooley. I got a card actually.
Yeah, I
appreciate
this
one.
one, I appreciate it.
However, has anybody discussed with the water district, because water district digs the riverbed out every couple of years? And have you spoke to the homeowner that you're gonna put a walking bridge in front of, who lives right there, who already has to deal with all of the traffic with Sextons? Now you're gonna put people walking in front of their building.
All issues that will have to be covered for sure. There's also authorities, the river authorities, they're all gonna have to be
Tell you,
covered.
I
and we
did
will.
talk to that family.
It's BRA too, because BRA runs.
Candace says Candace.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Listen,
I did talk to that family and I asked them, because I thought it would be an issue too. And I could not, they were so excited about the potential of that bridge. And, I really went into that conversation thinking that they might be against it, but they weren't.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you, Candace. That's a good point. And we're looking about a feasibility study with an engineering and cost and looking at it. We're not looking at a bridge yet.
Do we need a motion?
Yes.
I'll make that motion that we engage with some engineering firms or begin the work to engage with some engineering firms.
Gain some bids and
with
see
an
what it
RFP.
costs.
I second.
All right, second by Councilman Mapes. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0 passes. Let's check it out. 16, discussion, consideration, possible action regarding the Encore transmission line and the approval of resolution number 2025-R-14. This is simply, some of the council was, approached by, Representative, Kerwin. This is an issue with this transmission line being running through the southern route that takes it by Dinosaur Park, Chalk Mountain, affects our natural resources. I put together, with Veronica's help, a resolution to show our support, to send to Encore, as well as a letter. I've sent letters for the families within that area to send to Encore, and I hope that everyone in here knows the damage that could be done if we allow for that southern route. There's nothing more than a resolution. If you, I don't think I need to read it, but
What's the gist of the resolution say?
I'll
We
give
don't
it
want the line to be the Route A3 because it runs into the Biloxi River and crosses all these natural runs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on for
I've been a little busy.
So I move to accept the resolution 2025-R-14.
Second.
I second.
Second by Candace Schultz. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
George, you kind of got the buck started on this and I appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome.
Number 17, discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding the air transportation benefit for the mayor and council.
So this is one thing I was bringing forward because I thought, as a council member, none of us have any type of benefits, and there's obviously been a transfer issue between the hospital and the fire department that still hasn't been resolved. And we do offer this benefit to all of our employees, and I thought it would be a good option to have council and the mayor protected as well, so we don't incur a huge bill if any of us needed airport transportation out of the hospital. I'm talking with Veronica, it is $75 a family. Is that per month, per person?
Per year.
Per year, per person. So it's an extremely minimal cost, but I just thought it would be, we do a lot of hard work for very minimal, and I think this would just take a burden off of our families should any of us need that service.
I've had this service personally because I worked for the firm that would probably a lot of these services in this area. They call it the golden hour. When they pick you up and they get you to a hospital, it's very important. It's not a lot of money, and I didn't even know this was coming, but thank you.
I thought it
If I
was
could
tickets
vote, I
to
would.
Hawaii.
A helicopter?
I've been all excited.
I just figured
No,
George
it
was
just
trying to
says
drive
tran-
in Austin.
it just says air
Yeah.
transportation. I thought we were going to Colorado.
It should be air emergency transportation, probably.
Well,
Of course, there could be a non-emergency transport.
well, and in this case, I mean, some of y'all still work and probably have those type of benefits where you won't need it. So it may not affect all 6 of us, but I just thought it was good coverage to have out there for us.
While we're here, we should just get full-blown benefits for all 6 of us.
I wasn't,
Amen.
Just saying, might get a better rate though.
George is on Medicaid, he's all right.
Yeah, it can't be soon enough.
Okay, we got a motion.
well, with that being said, I'll gladly make the motion that the mayor and council is covered for emergency air transportation should the need arise.
I have one question. I'll second it. But I have one question. Veronica, do we need to check and see if we have to run to be able to get this benefit? So like,
I did ask her that question and she said open enrollment would be instantly covered. It wouldn't have to be the next election cycle.
I just have to add your names to the spreadsheet.
Sorry, I should have covered that also.
Second by Councilmember Freeze. All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. I didn't vote for Cheyenne.
I voted for it, but I'll
Hey,
put
you know
about
what?
40 hours a weekend for the
So I'm gonna just say it right now while I have the chance. These people work hard. We do a lot for very little money. And to have that benefit with the risk we run driving around this town with you crazy drivers.
Oh, we do a lot of work with no
Now you're getting
benefits.
a little far out of there.
So can I just a quick question? That covers council members. Could our spouses pay?
It's a household.
Oh, and family. Okay. I heard myself. I want to cover my husband.
Folks, we have a consent agenda where all the agenda items are considered routine by the city council generally. We can enact a vote to approve all of them in consort if you don't have any individual considerations. Do we have a motion for that?
Can I make a comment on one of these items?
On the consent agenda?
Yes.
No. Sorry. It's routine business for the council only, so I don't want to deter what they're thinking on it by public comment. Anybody?
Well, now I'm intrigued.
I have to admit, I kind of am too.
What item is it?
Can't. This is a I'll tell you what I will do.
22.
I'm only gonna say this because I welcome your comments after their discussion and vote. I can't do it before. I just think it needs to go to council and consider.
Unless somebody pulls it out. Oh, I'm sorry, Joe, but dang, I'm nosy,
I'll
man.
pull number 22. Yeah.
I mean, you pull it.
Let's pull item number 22.
Okay, so you
we have
move to,
consider each item.
No, you can just
We can-
enact,
we
you
can
can
pull one.
motion on, yes,
Okay.
on, but he pulled out.
make the motion following with that.
I make a motion for the entire consent agenda with the exception of item number 22.
All in favor?
Dun, dun, dun,
Oh, do we get a
dun.
I
Sorry.
second.
Second by Councilmember Mapes, all in favor?
Dun, dun, dun,
5-0, all but 22.
dun, 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 dun.
Why don't you read that one, Veronica?
Discussion, consideration, and possible action regarding a request for street closures for the Glen Rose Wine and Art Festival.
Public comment.
You move up there?
Yes, please.
Can I get you to pull that parking ordinance back up, please? So I'm Darren Carls. I live at 1470 County Road 301A. And I just want to talk about, I just really have a comment about that. Walnut Street between
Bernard and Sexton Mill, it gets shut down a lot. And when they do that, they block access to that parking lot. This goes back to the parking lot. And I don't think they should block the entire street off, maybe stop it so that people can still access that parking lot.
I'm not sure, Darren, but I only know of 2 occasions that it's been closed down.
I know of 3 this year.
That Walnut is not closed down during any of these events.
The only event
Yes,
that was
sir.
closed down
It
was
has
when we
not.
had.
There was the cornhole tournament for the
That's right, we
fundraiser.
did that twice.
We did that twice.
And then there was one that was just recent that I believe wasn't approved to be shut down.
No, I did.
Oh, it was? Okay.
That was the cornhole tournament for the fundraiser for Kernville.
Okay.
I did it just because we didn't have it on the agenda, and I will take the fine if they offer it, but
I think
it was
that,
for a fundraiser for the flood victims.
Okay.
So those are the 2 times.
Yeah,
we've done
no,
it.
I have
This
no problem
street
with that.
closure doesn't affect that one.
Just not blocking the entrance to the
And with
parking.
the parking thing that we're talking about,
Mhm.
you're gonna not have that
Good.
But I hear you, boy, I get it. Okay,
Make a motion to approve the
Thank you.
street closures
Thank you,
as
Mayor.
presented for the Glen Rose Wine and Art Festival being held on October 10 and 11.
I'll second.
second by Mayor Pro Tem, Ma'am, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Thanks,
We're gonna
Mayor,
shut
for
the
letting
street.
us get to the bottom of that.
That's right, just, okay, we are all the way down to,
Staff reports.
staff reports, Jim, Public Works Director report.
So y'all have a copy of my report. I don't really have anything to add to that. Y'all got any questions?
But our street sidewalks look great.
They look awesome.
I do want to recognize Jeremy Dooley. So he used to work for TxDOT, and he was actually instrumental in helping us secure additional funds to get all the sidewalks for the safe routes. He worked with Michael on that project, and then moved on before it actually got completed, so.
I wonder if he did the engineering on my curve.
I got the funds.
He was just securing funds, not engineering.
Joe, what's going on with the crosswalks to the school access there on Bernard? In other words, are we getting eliminated crosswalks where the kids can push the button if they're coming down to hit the sidewalk? And we get some flashing strobes to stop the cars?
TxDOT was supposed to be doing that along with the ones
But they
downtown.
won't answer you?
No, I talked to him the other day, I told you, I talked to him and I said, we got the blinking light thing down here, and he said, well, I don't know when it's coming up, but they didn't say they weren't doing it, so I'm hopeful they
They
will.
weren't?
They did.
No, he said he didn't know, he said they're not going to not do it.
Okay.
That,
They will do it.
maybe.
Maybe.
I can tell you one thing from my time there, ITS materials were super backed up. We had signals that got approved.
What's ITS?
Intelligent traffic systems, blinking lights, at crossings.
And all y'all sat around like you knew what that was.
So,
Yeah, I know they've got good people over there. I don't know who's not answering your emails. I get on crazy. But there's options. I don't really.
We'll talk.
Make sure you leave 6 cards up there.
Now let's bring it back to Jim, anything else for Public Works? I still wanna know if anyone got that log out of the tree.
We'll get it.
It's slipping, it's moving.
We may have to cut the whole tree down, but we'll get it.
You cut the one in the parking lot, why not another?
Yeah.
What's the, is there already scheduled for the walkthrough and punch list for the
We did
water
it
tank?
today.
Oh, okay.
We did it today.
Anything pertinent on the punch list?
No, I mean, we found a lot of minor things.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, sir, sorry.
Football season's coming up. What's the status on our tower lot?
Last time I talked to them, they were in California. They go all over the nation, so.
We have power back, we need to we have power back, we're waiting for warranty lots.
I don't know if they'll be warranted or not.
Okay.
But we're waiting for an assessment to tell us what's needed.
Yeah, I'll donate some red lights so we can just climb up there
Thank you.
and Christmas light it up if we need to, Stuart.
Well, I know Jim's contacted McCollum, so.
Thank you, Jim.
Colby, are you giving a police chief report?
No, so Buck just says he has nothing to add to the report that he was gonna deal.
Okay, thank you, Buck.
Thank you.
We have no building and planning, code enforcement.
Not here.
Any staff members have anything on those two
Yeah,
sections?
code enforcement is here.
Oh. She even called me
When
this
did you
evening.
sneak- when did you sneak in?
I don't know where to go.
Time it just right.
I don't really have anything to add to my report. Is there anything that y'all have questions on?
How's your building?
It's going. We got electrical lines run this past Friday and Saturday. So we're moving. I think we're still waiting on, I don't know what we're waiting on right now. We're waiting on something and then we can do an inspection to get the foam coming in. I know he is waiting on Higginbotham's to deliver the lumber so he can frame out the room and the top. Yeah. Oh yeah, I do have a microchip event coming up September 6th. And then our next adoption event is September 13th.
Anything for animal control? Thank you, Kristen. Do we have anybody with Convention and Visitors Bureau? All of us.
Have any questions about the report? I just had one thing to add on the hospitality and tourism education. We're gonna have a workshop on the 25th and 26th at different times so that folks can make either time either in the morning or at the lunch hour. And it's gonna be at the Expo Center, so. But otherwise, we're wrapping up the photography this week for the new website, working on trying to get that up and running as quickly as possible, and it's gonna look great.
Saw the posting today on the Moonshine Festival, so.
Yes, that's gonna be fun. Tracy, you wanna speak to the author that's gonna be featured?
Oh, yes. Actually, this is kind of a fun fact. Martin Brown called me today. He's the author and speaker. Did he call you too? And the Discovery Channel has reached out to him. They're doing a special on the Moonshine Raid and Moonshine. And they will be here Monday in Glen Rose filming. And they wanted to go to a historical place. So of course they want to go to Bernard's Mill, they want to go into the courthouse, and they've also asked about the Palace Theater. So that's cool. What's that? I'll feed them. Oh, okay. Well, okay, let's chat. Let's talk. Okay, I'm sure Discovery people get hungry.
Yeah, I'll feed them.
Okay. All right, well.
I've got some underground moonshine things. No. I'm playing.
We all know those.
Yeah, that's great.
Awesome.
Is it a festival or is it just a book
It's-
signing?
It's just
Two separate
we're
things.
calling it a celebration on next week on Saturday. You're all invited. We posted about it today. It's just a discussion and signing, and we'll have light hors d'oeuvres. And nope, it's not a festival.
And what's the they may not even have an occupancy rate. Do you know what that is?
Should.
Yeah, I guess they do.
Certain number.
They're done.
At Palace Theater.
Yeah.
Yes, I have a meeting with.
Just putting their chairs in the square footage, right?
I don't know, wouldn't you have to have that?
You have to
Yeah,
have.
you have to.
Does he have an occupancy permit yet?
The Marshal.
The fire marshal.
We'll get to the bottom of that soon.
We'll figure that out.
We'll take care of it. You'll be all right.
You figure it out on the 26th, that's good.
When the fire marshal is cold.
Just don't drop my name.
But we'll be promoting that to, get full advantage of that. Try to get people here, so.
Thank you, guys. I know you're getting up to speed on all of it.
Thank you.
Veronica, City Secretary's report.
Y'all have my report, just some notable things, of course, Tracy, third try hire in CP. And then we have some anniversaries coming up, Joe McFarland, the municipal corporate, and then Marissa Rena, and Marshal officer will be celebrating 1 year on.
Hey, CVB guys, y'all hang on 1 minute.
It's fine, it's fine. And then we lost one, this last month, in Public Works, Clayton. And we reached out to the temp agency and are, hopefully getting some new guys here soon. We're gonna set open enrollment now that we've been voted on the benefits, here coming up probably next week, I believe. And then we're just continuing on with training and our little mini lunch and learn that we do to learn about each other's departments. I'm sure we're all capable of helping out anytime.
Question for Veronica?
And then, of course, remember that we will be closed on Labor Day.
Where am I gonna have lunch?
I don't know, but it's not gonna be here.
Goodness.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Number 30, City Administrator, Troy.
Not really anything going on. I'm just kidding. No, I wanted to give you an update on the Lane building. So they fixed some cracks in the wall and, so they're rocking and rolling. If you didn't see it, the floor kind of fell through in one place. But I think they worked through all those issues. They were able to, kind of build it up and get to everything, reinforce it. So it's actually moving pretty fast now because those were some concerns about the cracks in the wall. And I just want to reiterate again how excited Mrs. Lane was to give this building to the city. And she would have been so excited, I believe. It's not like I was besties with her, but just from my conversations with her, because I was there at every conversation, she was extremely excited that this was going to pay tribute to her husband and her husband's family. So I love it. So anyway, and then, we got the parks application put in. So again, Jake from State Farm thinks we have an excellent chance at this. And then obviously we did the thing tonight. That's the only thing we need on the land office. And then I met with BB Veritas recently about going through our ordinances. So I have an estimate. I'll probably try to look around, see if somebody else can beat that price, but it wasn't too much, like $3,000 or $4,000. And that would go through our ordinances and take out conflicting, much of what she talked about with personnel policies. Our ordinances have the same issues. So for $3,000 or $4,000, that would be unbelievable. And then they would also recommend any updates that a city that our size should consider. So that's pretty much it.
All right, council members, any reports from you guys? Anybody have anything? Okay.
I've got one thing that was just waiting to be last here, letting anybody else speak first here real quick. So are you gonna speak?
I just have a little thing.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
So, I came down, I don't remember what that day was, Thursday, Friday. And I bought this picture off of eBay, and this was the flood I don't know, 1914, 1918, something like that. But this was what that second bridge looked like that came across that location when they came to, when they brought the road down through the main part of town, before it went way east, crossed, and then came back by Sycamore Grove and came back into town. But this would be my sentimental look at what that bridge should probably look like if we could find something like this out there on the marketplace, you know, and get it trucked in down here. But that is an actual picture of the flood in that spring year, and what the trestle bridge looked like.
You were up late at night searching eBay, huh?
I have a couple of searches on eBay that
You just refreshed.
just keep tab on and never know what you may find.
Thank you, George.
You have something?
Yeah, I just wanted to take a moment and say, our Somerville County firefighter engineer, Kane Popejoy, just lost his battle with cancer. I want everybody just to take a moment of silence and pray for him and his family. So.
She recently just got married.
Let's take a few seconds here. I'll ask you to be silent and keep them in your thoughts. Thank you, everyone. We're going to convene from the regular meeting and go to executive session in accordance with
Sexual
the
harassment.
provisions of the Texas Open Meetings Law, Subchapter T, Government Code, Vernon's Texas Code, annotated in accordance with Section 551.074, Personnel Matters. To wit, City Administrator, 551.071, Consultation with an Attorney, Interlocal Agreements, 551.072, Deliberations regarding real property, Section 551.074, Personnel Matters regarding animal control. So we will convene from the regular meeting at 8:23 p.m. and we should be back in 2 hours or so.
Hannah, you waited all the way till the end.
I'll get paid by the hour, so take your time, sir.
It's nice to see you.
I know, yeah. So I was telling everyone, summer gets a little weird for us.
That is,
I'm gonna.
35.
Make a motion to accept the resignation of Troy Hill as the city administrator.
I'll second.
Second by Mayor Pro Tem Mann. All in favor?
Aye.
Four? All against? Abstentions? Against? One against, it passes. No action other than consulting with our attorney regarding interlocal agreement for comments. No action on deliberation of real property.
Yes. Oh, never mind.
And discussion consideration on animal control, no action. Any other comments, anybody? All right, I move to adjourn the meeting. On the gallows.
Bye, Candace.
9:36. Wish we had something open to go have a beer.
Tomorrow's the first day of school, everybody. The traffic's about to get started again.
Exciting time. Missy calculated up. This freshman class is her last class that she taught. So this group is her last
Oh,
4 groups.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Yeah, it is. It is.
The last is that